Here's a peek inside Chase Field. The roof is closed, and tonight the Cubs kick off a three-game series against a team that ousted them from the playoffs last fall. It's the Cubs and Diamondbacks. Rich Harden against Randy Johnson. You can see all the action right here on your sports buddy Comcast Sportsnet in high definition. Greetings and welcome to Lexus Cubs pregame live alongside the quirky left-hander Dan Plesac. I am Pat Boyle. I know the Cubs swept Arizona back here in May at Wrigley Field, but as they enter Chase Field tonight, do you think any of them are thinking about what happened during last year's postseason?
Well, it's hard not to, but I think when you get this deep into the season now, I think the Cubs are more concerned with getting some of that mojo jack pre-All-Star break. This was a team that was playing very well, you know, suffered through some injuries that have definitely taken its toll on the team, but I think what you're seeing now is a team concerned about themselves first and not trying to look in that rear view mirror looking at Milwaukee and St. Louis. It's hard to do as a player because when you get to the ballpark, the games are on TV, you're hearing the latest scuttlebutt, the scores from around the league. But listen, this is a Cub team that has the talent. It's a very well-built team, and I think once they get Alfonso Soriano back, they get back to full strength, they're going to win or lose this division themselves. And if they take care of the business the way they should, I don't think they need to worry about Milwaukee or St. Louis.
We have an update on Soriano coming up in just a bit. We saw the pictures of Ted Lilly throwing down the glove. We'll see him Wednesday in this series. Maybe more so, it'll be a question of whether or not he'll be ready to handle the situation, because that was by far the most emotion we've seen from Ted Lilly since he's been on the north side.
Well, there's no question. He is seems like a very quiet and a low-key kind of guy. But, you know, you get into that pressure of pitching into the postseason, particularly in the major markets, and this being certainly one of them in Chicago. He had a very good season, and I'm sure he felt bad about not only letting his team down, but he was such an important part of the starting rotation to get the Cubs into the postseason last year that I'm sure he was disappointed in himself, but he's bounced back. He's thrown the ball really well in his last start against Houston. A no decision, but he threw it really well.
Time now to head to the desert and check in with the men calling tonight's action here on Comcast Sportsnet, Len Casper and Bob Brenly. Bob, you certainly have fond memories of this park, but do you guys think some of the Cubs players will look at this trip as a reminder of how difficult this journey can be?
Well, I certainly hope so. I mean, occasionally you do need a reminder in the course of a very good season that things can go south in a hurry, and they certainly did that for the Cubs in the postseason against this Diamondbacks team last year.
Looking forward to seeing Rich Harden making his second Cubs start. Tell you what, if he does what he did his first time out tonight, pretty good chance he's going to win.
Well, you love his chances. I talked to Bob Melvin, the skipper of the Diamondbacks, before the game, and they're a little concerned about Rich Harden. They've seen him pitch for Oakland. They know what he's capable of doing, and to fortify an already strong starting rotation, they don't like their chances against Rich Harden tonight.
Alfonso Soriano is going to play with AAA Iowa in Tucson, which is convenient for him. Today he was with Mesa, had 3 plate appearances, went 0 for 2, but no pain in the left hand, which is good news. We might see him Wednesday night here, depending on how it goes tomorrow, but Thursday at the latest back home.
Yeah, it sounds like good news. As funny as this may sound, Lou said he was glad that Fonzie got jammed a couple times and hit a couple balls off the end of the bat, because that's when you're really going to feel it in that broken hand if you have any continuing problems. But he had no trouble whatsoever in the game today.
No Kerry Wood, still day-to-day, and they would like to avoid putting him on the disabled list. He'll probably be back at the earliest, probably Thursday, because he's going to throw next on Wednesday.
Well, this is where his teammates could really help him out. If the offense would start to put big numbers on the board once again, and the pitching can continue to throw the ball well, and the bullpen does their job, then you can get along without Woody for a while.
All right, Pat and Dan, it is a battle of first-place teams. However, the Diamondbacks and their fans, I don't know how good they're feeling about a team right now that is just 2 games under 500, but they're tied with the Dodgers atop the West.
All right, Len and Bob, thank you very much. We'll see you at the bottom of the hour. Dan, let's take a look now at our Felco pitching matchup. As they mentioned, Harden making his second start now for the Cubs against the big unit, Randy Johnson, who's 12-0 in his career against the Northsiders. But this is not the same unit we've been accustomed to over the last decade plus.
Pat, it's not the same Randy Johnson. This was a guy 5, 6, 7 years ago that threw in the upper 90s, 95 to 99 miles an hour, and had, without question, the best slider in baseball. It was nicknamed Mr. Snappy, and actually, when I was a member of the Diamondbacks in 1999, he actually threw a slider down and into Barry Larkin, a really good hitter, and he swung at it, and it went between his legs. That will tell you how good his stuff is. The thing that separated him then and now is he had one of his two dominant pitches. He could win and he could dominate with his fastball alone. And if he had his breaking ball that night, he had a chance to do some very special things. Now it's a case of Randy Johnson needs to have both of those pitches, needs to command those pitches. He's added a changeup that he throws maybe 5 to 10 times a game, but he needs his total repertoire, and he needs to be throwing strikes to be on top of his game.
Harden went 5+ innings, had 10 strikeouts in his debut with the Northsiders. But again, it's all about pitch count with him. 96 pitches before he was yanked. That is priority number one for Lou and the crew in the dugout, right?
Well, I think you had to be very impressed. Now, this was a complete environment change from Rich Harden going from Oakland, where you saw a whole lot of empty seats when you're pitching, to coming to Wrigley Field.
Got a standing O,
got a standing O coming off the mound. And I think the thing that impressed me the most is he uses his fastball as a weapon. He starts down in the strike zone, and the toughest pitch to lay off with 2 strikes is an elevated fastball at the belt and above. If you make a pass at that as a hitter, you're either one of 2 things usually happen. You're going to swing and miss, or you're going to pop it up and hit it straight up in the air. He has a real good understanding of starting down in the strike zone, using his fastball up and elevated with 2 strikes. If he can get ahead early, keep the ball down, the Diamondback hitters are in for a long night. When
a guy is on a strict pitch count like Harden is, or at least they're paying really close attention to it, does it put the bullpen on alert early? Do you get up earlier, or is it heightened awareness down there?
Well, it won't take the Cub bullpen very long to figure out. You kind of know at this point of the season who the guys are. Right now, when Carlos Zambrano goes out there, you feel pretty good that probably that bullpen phone's not going to ring till the 7th or 8th inning. You could make the same case for Ted Lilly and for Ryan Dempster. And I think after Lou and Larry Rothschild have seen Rich Harden, they'll get a better idea of, you know, what signs to look for when he's starting to begin to tire. Is he going to start elevating the ball when he gets to the 75, 80 pitch count? Is he not able to get that changeup down in the strike zone? Is he behind hitters? Then I think you'll see some activity. But I would really be surprised if Lou Piniella and Larry Rothschild left him out there. If it looks like that his stuff is starting to decline a little bit, I'm sure that they're going to have somebody up. But if I don't see any reason why he shouldn't be approaching this start, is that if his pitch count is down, if he starts it, he should be able to finish it.
As Len and Bob mentioned, Kerry Wood is not on the DL as of yet. He still has that blister he's dealing with on his right index finger. Hasn't pitched since July 11th. Are you surprised it's taken this long for that to heal?
Well, yes and no, because one of the problems that you have when you're dealing with the blister problem is it can start out to be, you know, something very minor. You'll notice some redness on the irritation of your fingers, and you really don't want to say a lot. And as professional athletes, and when you get to this level, the days of feeling like you felt when you were in high school are over. There's going to be some lower back, there's going to be hamstring, elbow, shoulder problems, and you try to bring it to the attention of the trainers about, you know, that you possibly have some things of a beginning of a blister. And as simple as it may seem, the best way I can describe it is if you're throwing with a blister on your finger, it almost feels like when you're sitting at home and you get a little paper cut, you get that real stinging sensation where it really seems a lot worse than it is. And the biggest fear that you have with pitchers is that stinging sensation. You don't like to feel that every time you release the ball. And what makes it a problem is it's usually on the inside part of a right-handed pitcher. It's either on the pointing finger or on the middle finger, the fingers that are really doing a lot of the pulling and the torquing on the seam of the baseball. So if you have a blister on the inside part of the finger, and every time you go to throw this ball or to release this ball, you're putting a lot of pressure on this seam, particularly with a curveball or a slider, because that's what's getting the torque started to make that ball the spin of the ball. And every time you do that, you keep irritating it. The dangerous thing is when you start to do that, there are some things you can do to eliminate the pressure. You can start maybe to grip the ball a little bit further in your hand. You can try to work a little bit more on the side of the ball. But when you start doing that, Pat, you run into problems starting to put a lot of stress and wear and tear on the elbow area. So it's a tough thing. And you could go back even a couple years ago. Josh Beckett, then with the Florida Marlins, had a couple of stints, you know, a couple of times a year where it can be a chronic problem.
His stuff was filthy, but he couldn't stay healthy and continue to compete every start because of the blister problem.
And what makes it difficult is you can go out in a controlled environment for 3 or 4 days. You have a blister starting or developing, and there's a lot of different things. You can put crazy glue. You try to put stuff on there to toughen it up, you know, to try to get that to heal.
Moises Alou has some ideas for that. We won't get into
there are
that
guys
right now.
Who stick their fingers in pickle juice. The problem is if you start to play catch, you're never really throwing the ball with the torque like you do in the game, so you get the fall false sense of, hey, it feels a lot better. Then you get on the mound, and it's different throwing on the mound than when that bullpen phone rings to come into a game.
All right, we're staying with the injury theme. Alfonso Soriano saw live game action this morning for the first time since June 12th when he broke his left hand. He made 3 plate appearances today with the Cubs rookie-level team, fly to right in his first at-bat. He ended up striking out in the 3rd and walked in the 5th inning. Didn't play in the field. He'll likely play 2 more games again in Tucson. As Len mentioned, could join the team Wednesday night for the finale against the Diamondbacks, or more realistically, maybe Thursday. The key here, Dan, is how is that hand feeling, you know, later tonight and tomorrow? It's not really so much what he's doing at the plate.
Well, anytime as a hitter, and baseball is such a game of high eye-hand coordination, anytime you've had some problems with the hand, with the wrist area, you have to be extremely cautious, because when he's going to come back, opposing teams are really going to look to exploit. There's going to be a weakness there, either the inability to turn on the fastball on the inside, or if he's having a tough time with plate coverage trying to go out and get the ball and hook the ball. He's a guy that has very strong hands and wrists. He can take a ball on the outer third of the plate and go out there and almost with his wrists and hands hook a ball out of the ballpark. And it'll be interesting to see when teams attack him when he comes back. They're going to look to see where the weakness is, and if there is one, they're going to attack it. So hopefully when he comes back, he's as close to 100% as it can be.
And I think he learned from that first DL stint that you better take the rehab assignment, because
no
you
athlete
can look
ever
foolish.
learn. No athlete really ever learns from that, because you're so programmed early on, and it's ingrained in you that if you can get out there, get up, you get knocked down, get back up, you fall down, get back up, and every athlete, there's a pride factor that comes in.
Absolutely.
And you think that at 80% you can still go out and be competitive. It's very difficult.
But for a streaky guy like him, it's good to get that confidence building. We're just starting here on Lexus Cubs pregame live. When we return, we'll hear from the skipper of the Chicago Cubs, Piniella. Said his team needed yesterday's 9-run outburst to wake them from their offensive slump. We'll get his take on Soriano's possible return on the other side.
McDonald's iced coffee comes in 3 delicious flavors: regular, vanilla, and hazelnut. Try one today.
Cubs Pregame Live is brought to you in part by Menards. At Menards, you'll find big lumber yards, big selection, and big savings.
Keep your family breathing easy with 3M furnace filters from Menards. 3M allergen reduction air filters are effective at capturing mold spores, bacteria, and particles that can carry viruses. They last up to 90 days and are available in a variety of sizes, only $14.49 each. Keep flashlights, digital cameras, and more running with Energizer Max batteries. Right now, multi-packs in 5 popular sizes are just $4.95 each. Find these great deals and more in Menards' sizzling savings flyer.
Save big money at Menards.
Hey, Chicagoland, looking for a career change? International Profit Associates is the nation's leader in management consulting for small and medium-sized companies. IPA had another winning year and is now hiring appointment setters and inside sales representatives. IPA employees are building careers. The 600 employees at the Northwest Suburban office love working at IPA because of unlimited income potential. Create your own promotion. Call IPA at 800-531-2542, weekdays between 7 and 5. Tell them you're looking for a change.
Nissan set out to create the perfect on-road vehicle, and in the process, created a category. Introducing 2 crossover leaders from Nissan. The redesigned Murano, awarded as an IIHS top safety pick. And the new Rogue, named 2008's best new small crossover. Lease Murano, $299 a month. Rogue, $229 a month. Don't follow the leader, own one. At your Nissan dealer now.
You don't have to be shocked by your utility bill. Replace your windows, siding, and doors now and hit the jackpot with free installation from Feldco.
Call 866 for Feldco.
Free installation saves you thousands on energy-efficient Feldco windows, beautiful siding, and doors.
Free installation on windows, siding, and doors. But hurry, offer ends July 31st.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
Seriously, mornings just go better when you grab some breakfast.
Whatever.
Ow.
Start your day off right with any 2 McMuffin sandwiches for just $3. Now at McDonald's.
The Cubs are coming off their first shutout win in over 2 months. Rich Harden will look to keep the momentum going as he takes on Randy Johnson tonight. We'll have the game for you at the bottom of the hour from Chase Field. The Cubs didn't take batting practice yesterday in Houston because of a fan event there. Lou Piniella joked after his team racked up 9 runs and 13 hits against the Stros that his team won't take BP when they return to Houston. Here's Lou before tonight's game in Arizona with the latest on Alfonso Soriano's rehab.
I got good reports on Soriano. He played this morning. He didn't play the outfield, but he DH'd. Got 4 at-bats. Got some swings in, hit the ball fairly good. Was a little undisciplined. But he hit some balls off the end of the bat. He hit a few balls off his hands, and he had no pain. So from that standpoint, it's really good news. He's going to do a little work with us here tonight. We're going to ship him up to Tucson tomorrow to play, and he'll play the outfield. And we'll find out after tomorrow whether he plays here on Wednesday or whether he needs one more day. But tomorrow he'll get some work under the lights also. And so it's good news, really good news.
Any temptation to try to get him in there tonight?
The timing wasn't good. Look, he's a little rusty. He probably could use more than the at-bats that we're going to give him. But we'll see after tomorrow how he is. But the fact that he hit a few balls off the end of the bat and a couple off the hands and didn't feel anything, that's the most positive thing of all. Woody went to see the hand specialist here. I guess he gave you all the report. Yeah.
What is it?
He went, it's a blister, and they gave him a little different ointment to put in his, on his finger. He's going to do that for 2 days, and he's going to throw here Wednesday. But the report was it's a blister and nothing more, which should put everybody's mind at ease.
All right, that's Lou Piniella just moments ago at Chase Field. Here's tonight's lineup card that Lou will send out against the big unit. Ryan Theriot in that leadoff spot. He's been absolutely raking it, a career-long 13-game hit streak. Reed Johnson's in left tonight. D. Lee, Aramis, Soto behind the plate. DeRosa will start in right field. Jim Edmonds in center. Cedeno will start at second. Rich Harden on the bump. Any advice for hitters going against the big units?
Well, this isn't the same Randy Johnson, but I think the key could be at the top of the order with Theriot and Johnson. Now, Randy Johnson does a lot of things well, but a couple of things that he doesn't do very well. He's not very good at holding base runners on. So if the early part of this lineup could get on, he's not really adept. He doesn't usually incorporate the slide step. He's pretty easy to steal off of, both stealing first to second, and also you can get a pretty good jump on him going from second to third. So trying to steal third base is not out of the question. The more pressure that you put on him, the better.
Time for another break here on Lexus Cubs pregame live. When we return, we're going to break down the riot. He's certainly not the quiet ride at the plate these days. Keep it here as we take you to Cubs baseball at the bottom of the hour from Arizona.
Guests on Cubs pregame live receive gift certificates to Harry Carey's legendary Italian steakhouse, located in Chicago, Rosemont, and Lombard.
The best way to survive an accident is to avoid one altogether. The 2009 RX, offering 14 actively safe features. Right now, get 2.9% financing on the 2009 RX 350 at your Lexus dealer.
You don't have to be shocked by your utility bill. Hit the jackpot with free installation from Feldco.
Call 866 for Feldco.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by American Chartered Bank. American Chartered, the bank for your business. Member FDIC, an equal housing lender.
Something in the way you move, little darling. Yes, it's something in the way you talk that make me realize there's something in the way you move that make me.
The 2008 Volvo S80 luxury sedan. Get together with yours at the Volvo Model Year-End event. Now's the best time to get an 08 Volvo. Event ends July 31st.
People are talking about Mediacom phone.
I really enjoy all the features that come with the Mediacom phone.
14 convenient calling features are included.
I use my caller ID and my three-way calling a lot.
Voicemail, caller ID,
call for waiting.
Call waiting.
It's nice to, when somebody calls and you see who it is, to say, just a minute, let me catch this, I've got another call.
Get Mediacom phone for as low as $29.95 a month. Call 1-877-851-PHONE. It's the talk of the town.
Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
Keep it here after the game for Cubs post-game live. The Cubs begin the night with a 2-game lead on the Cards and a 3-game lead over the Brewers. On Lowe's post-game live, we'll have an update on how those two teams fare tonight at Bush. We're back on Lexus Cubs pregame live. A bit of a struggle certainly recently at the plate for the Cubs until yesterday's game. But one guy who's been getting it done has been Ryan Theriot. Your thoughts on what you've seen from the ride? I mean, this is a guy that surprised us, certainly when he came on the north side last year, but he's really been a very, very steady player at the plate.
I'm going to be completely honest with you, Pat. I can honestly sit here and tell you or tell the people at home that I saw that this was going to be able to happen. You look at his body type and you wonder, is he going to be able to take the rigors of playing a very demanding position day in and day out? And he's just a blue-collar, lunch pail kind of player. But what has made him this year, his average is up there in the 320 range and above. And the biggest single reason why he has gone to right field with that swing right there, taking a ball on the inner half of the plate, inside outing the ball, and making himself a much better hitter with 2 strikes. And he has really taken an approach like a lot of the Cub hitters this year. They're not afraid to work deep counts. They're not afraid to get jammed on an inside pitch. And Ryan Theriot has to have 4 or 5 bushels of base hits on the right side of that diamond. He is tremendous at hitting the ball through that side on the right side.
And quickly, you see him dropping to the 2 spot when Soriano comes back. He'll be in the leadoff spot, and maybe Fukudomi goes down?
Oh, there's no question. Fukudomi, now this is not the same guy. This guy the last month looked like the guy that I saw in spring training. I had my concerns in spring training, and then opening day he has a tremendous day. And then basically for 2 months, you know, where did the power come from? Where did the stroke come from? And this was the guy that everybody thought that the Cubs were getting. And it's been a rough go for him, you know, the last month prior to the All-Star break, so he needs to get it back going. That was a very important part of this Cub offense. Now, the big key is getting Soriano back and healthy.
When we return, we'll have a quirky poll question for you tonight. We'll unveil that. Plus, the quirky one to my left delivers his Lexus keys to the game. It's all coming up next.
Cubs pregame live is brought to you by your Chicago area Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today.
The best way to survive an accident is to avoid one altogether. The 2009 RX, offering 14 actively safe features. Right now, get 2.9% financing on the 2009 RX 350 at your Lexus dealer.
Chicago Tribune Live, presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers. Weeknights at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
On August 1st,
one single vote will decide this election.
the fate of the free world is in the hands of Bud Johnson.
Wow.
Swing Vote is a landslide comedy winner. It's smart, witty, and a non-stop laugh machine. Kevin Costner is pitch perfect.
America needs someone who's bigger than their speeches. Oh, boy.
In the one movie that's so inspiring, you'll stand up and cheer.
It's a whole song and dance.
Swing Vote, rated PG-13, August 1st.
I first saw this one when I was traveling through Prague. Geico probably thinks this is easy too. Dancing is good exercise. It works my glutes. Okay, America, I'll show you easy.
Nissan set out to create the perfect on-road vehicle, and in the process, created a category. Introducing two crossover leaders from Nissan. The redesigned Murano, awarded as an IIHS top safety pick. And the new Rogue, named 2008's best new small crossover. Lease Murano, $299 a month. Rogue, $229 a month. Don't follow the leader, own one. At your Nissan dealer now.
Cubs certainly doing some scoreboard watching before they hit the field. Right now in St. Louis, the Brew Crew with a 3-2 lead thanks to a Ricky Weeks 3-run blast in the 5th inning. Troy Gloss with a 2 RBI double for St. Louis. We'll keep you posted on that game a little bit later on tonight. Now time for Dan's Lexus keys to the game. What do you have for us?
Well, I think one of the keys, Pat, is to be patient with Randy Johnson. He's not quite the caliber pitcher that he was 4 or 5 years ago. Make him throw strikes. His breaking ball, that Mr. Snappy, that slider isn't quite what it used to be. Make him throw strikes, get into some fastball counts, and for Rich Harden to settle in early. Hopefully the Cub offense can give him a couple of run support, and if he's on, the Diamondbacks are in for a long night.
In honor of the Cubs playing at Chase Field tonight, where they have that pool in right center field that you used to, you know,
I didn't know there was a pool there. I noticed the ladies that were around. There's a pool out there?
Yeah, there happens to be a pool there. All right. We want to know, outside of Chicago, what park attraction is the quirkiest? Here's what we have for you. The Sausage Race and Bernie the Brewer, of course, at Miller Park. Chase Field Pool. Towles Hill, or that train at Minute Maid in Houston. The hotel, which I'm sure has some stories at Rogers Center in Toronto. Monument Park at Yankee Stadium. Fountains at Kauffman in Kansas City. Log on to ComcastSportsNet.com. Click the link to Chicago. Vote on the Cubs page. Quickly, any stories on any of those venues?
Oh, there's some stories, but we're going to go. We'll tell that after this segment's over.
We have to wait till it's like 11:30 till we tell the Rogers stories.
I didn't realize there was a pool out there in Wright Center. I just thought that's where the girls hung around.
I'll get a shot of it or two tonight.
Bathing suits.
Hey, before we get out of here, in honor of the 100th anniversary of Take Me Out to the Ball Game, we flash back to September 9th, 2000, when the Rockettes, yes, the Spicy Rockettes, led the Wrigley Faithful in the singing of the 7th inning stretch.
To welcome the Radio City Music Hall Rockettes.
Hi, we're the Radio City Rockettes. Let's kick this song out of the park. A 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks.
There's not a lot of room in that booth to do their patented kicks.
But that's all right, though.
Hey, now, all right, here's to hoping the Cubs have a leg up on the Diamondbacks tonight. That's all for Lexus Cubs pregame live. We will see you when the ball game is over. Up next, Len Casper and Bob Brenly have the call. It's the Cubs and Diamondbacks next on Comcast Sportsnet. Rich Harden taking on the big unit. Feeling good about this one?
Woo-hoo! Get that big blue train rolling.
We'll see you after the ball game. Enjoy it, everybody.
The road trip continues in the Valley of the Sun as Rich Harden makes his second start as a Cub, coming off a 10-strikeout performance. He'll face the big unit. Two first-place teams battle it out as the Cubs try to keep the offense going against the big lefty. Well, the Cubs' retractable roof road trip continues tonight, and we are in blistering hot Phoenix, Arizona, but we are under the roof as the Cubs take on the Arizona Diamondbacks, a battle of first-place teams here on Comcast Sportsnet. Hi again, everyone. Bob Brenly and Len Casper with you. The Cubs got it rolling yesterday. Good to see their first win of the second half, and Ryan Theriot has been the spark plug at the top of the order.
Boy, he has really been the spark plug at the top of the order. A 13-game hitting streak in which he's batting .439. Had a great series down at Houston, hitting nearly 600, 7 for 12. The rest of the offense finally joined him on Sunday, but the Riot is a spark plug at the top.
Good pitching matchup tonight. Rich Harden will face the Diamondbacks for the first time. He'll pitch on the road as a Cub for the first time.
You know, it's not as important as far as I'm concerned that Rich Harden is facing a team for the first time. This is a guy that has such good stuff. He can face anybody and mow them down on a given night. Showed a great fastball, a tremendous straight changeup, and obviously great mound presence in his first start.
So he's pitching on extra rest. It's been over a week since his Cubs debut, but 10 strikeouts as he went into the sixth. Probably see him in the 100 to 105 pitch range here tonight. And he's going to face left-hander Randy Johnson, 290 wins. You know this guy a little bit.
I know him a little bit, and the Cubs know him all too well. 12 victories against the Cubs in his career. Has yet to lose to the Cubs in his great career.
So the Cubs have won just one of the first three on this trip, but they maintain a 2-game lead in the division. Arizona 2 under 500, but they're tied for first in the West with the Dodgers. And coming up, the Cubs hope to keep it rolling. Yesterday, a 9-0 pasting of the Houston Astros. Will have the Cubs and the Arizona Diamondbacks from Phoenix coming up next.
Trade up to better fuel economy at the Chevy Model Year-End event. Get $1,750 total purchase cash on all 2008 Chevy Impala models.
If it's got a motor. That's our slogan here at Clinton Motor Works. And what's it mean? Well, we have one of the area's best selection of pre-owned cars, trucks, vans, SUVs. Oh yeah, and the cruising coolers. How great is that? A 13-mile-an-hour cooler to ride. Just another reason to stop in and see what's going on. Now let's talk warranty. We have the area's only lifetime engine warranty on most all the vehicles we sell. That's right, your engine blows, you get it fixed for free. That's why people do business with us. For your next great sales and finance experience, we'll see you soon at Clinton Motor Works.
If it's got a motor.
Have you seen the selection of trailers at the Trailer Depot in Clinton? The area's best kept secret, and the best prices on trailers are at the Trailer Depot. Buy new, buy used, or rent. Trailer Depot has any trailer you need. We even make repairs, sell parts, and get your vehicle ready to tow. Knowing what you're towing keeps us growing at Trailer Depot. Behind you on the road and ahead of the competition. 7th Avenue South in Clinton.
Hi everyone, Pat Boyle back in our downtown Chicago studios. We'll get you back to Arizona for first pitch between the Cubs and Diamondbacks in just a second. But first, some other news involving the Northsiders. Alfonso Soriano made 3 plate appearances for the Cubs rookie-level team this morning. Went 0 for 2 with a walk in that one. He hit the leadoff, saw a total of 19 pitches, did not play in the field. Piniella said that Soriano did not feel any pain after the game. He will play the outfield tomorrow in Tucson, and after that, Lou expects to find out if Soriano will be ready to rejoin the team on Wednesday night in Phoenix, or if he'll need one more game in the minors. Cubs still haven't put Kerry Wood on the DL. He's still dealing with the blister on his right index finger. Wood hasn't pitched since July 11th. Went to see a hand specialist today. Here's Lou on his all-star closer.
It's a blister, and they gave him a little different ointment to put in his on his finger. He's going to do that for 2 days, and he's going to throw here Wednesday. But the report was it's a blister and nothing more, which should put everybody's mind at ease.
Well, just a reminder, as soon as the game ends tonight in Phoenix, stick around for Cubs Post-Game Live. Dan Plesac will break down all the action tonight. Plus, we'll preview tomorrow night's tilt. On the eve of Bears reporting to Bourbonnais, the team has given Brian Urlacher a contract extension. The Tribune reports Urlacher will receive a $6 million signing bonus and a $1 million bump in each of the next 4 campaigns to his base salary, an additional year for $7.5 million. It all adds up to $43.5 million over the next 5 years, including $18 million now in new money. Some other news and notes. The Sox called up left-hander Clayton Richard from AAA Charlotte, a move that will keep him off the U.S. Olympic team. And former University of Illinois star Darren Williams will return to Assembly Hall on Friday, October 17th for a Bulls-Jazz preseason tilt. That'll do it from here, from our Comcast Sportsnet studios in Chicago. Len and Bob will have the first pitch from Arizona after this short timeout. Enjoy the game, everybody. We'll see you on the postgame show.
Have you seen the new Toyota Corolla? It's bigger, sleeker, is rated at 35 miles per gallon, and you can lease one for $179 a month. But just in case you like things a little different, Toyota presents the 32 mile per gallon rated Matrix with available all-wheel drive. Lease one now for $189 a month or get low financing. Corolla and Matrix. 2 more reasons Toyota is a great way to keep moving forward.
This is a call from the Crave. You know what this is about. White Castle bacon cheeseburgers, chicken sandwiches, jalapeno cheeseburgers, or get the original steam grilled slider for just 59 cents. You know you want to. You just got a call from the Crave. Don't just sit there. Answer it.
I am your idea. Color me. Get me noticed. Make me shout. And stand out. Give me Rico color that always works. I am your idea. Make me brighter. Make me shine. I am your idea. Get me in there. Make it happen. In flying colors. It's you and me, and here we go. With Rico.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Chevy. Log on now to ChevyDriveChicago.com. Check us out today, ChevyDriveChicago.com. Midas, for brakes, oil changes, tires, and more. Trust the Midas touch. Your Chicago area Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Menards. At Menards, you'll find big lumber yards, big selection, and big savings. At Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, we want to give you the security to experience wellness everywhere. Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Cadillac, Life, Liberty, and the Pursuit. And by Southwest Airlines. With Southwest Airlines, you're now free to be more productive. Visit southwest.com today.
Welcome back. We are inside Chase Field. Temperatures in the high 90s, a low 100s today. We're pretty comfortable in the 70s inside. And let's check out the Cubs Southwest starting lineup against future Hall of Famer Randy Johnson, Theriot, Reed Johnson, Derek Lee at the top. Ramirez, Soto, DeRosa in the middle. Jim Edmonds. Hey, one of the lefties has to hit against the big unit, and it's Edmonds in center. Cedeno at second. Rich Harden, also a left-handed swinger. He'll hit ninth.
Talk about taking one for the team. Way to go, Jim Edmonds. Let's take a look at the Diamondbacks defensively. Erstwhile first baseman Connor Jackson playing left field. Chris Young in center. Alex Romero in right field. Got Mark Reynolds at third base, Stephen Drew at short, Orlando O-Dog Hudson at second base, Chad Tracy over at first. Chris Snyder recently returned from the disabled list, will be doing the catching tonight for the future Hall of Famer Randy Johnson. Making his 18th start of the season, not as dominating as he has been in years past. You see 98 innings pitched, 110 base hits surrendered. Righties do much better than lefties, which is why we say go get him Jim Edmonds.
On the far side of 44 years old, a first pitch strike. He'll turn 45 on September 10th. 6'10", 225 pounds. And the 0-1 pitch to Theriot is a little bit outside. The Menards big lumber stat, career best 13-game hitting streak for Theriot, and he's hitting .439 during the streak, averaging basically 2 hits per game. He had 3 yesterday in the Cubs' 9-0 win at Houston. Bouncer, diving stop by Reynolds from his knees. He gets the out on a bounced throw to Tracy. What a play. Mark Reynolds is tied for the major league lead in errors with Joe Creedy with 19, but that you want to mark down in red on your scorecard.
Well, the book on Reynolds is he makes good plays like this one where he just reacts to a hard hit ball. The problem he has is with the routine plays, at times throws from his knees onto Chad Tracy for the out. Apparently he made several hang a star on him plays in that Dodger series.
Reed Johnson with the interesting look with the facial hair. We barely recognized him yesterday. Had the full beard, and that's what it turned into. Looks fairly symmetrical. He did a nice job. High deep drive by Reed Johnson over toward the corner, and he pulled it too much foul, and he might have broken his back.
Well, you saw the numbers for Randy Johnson here at the top of the show, and talking to some of the advanced scouts that have seen Randy Johnson a few times this year, as I mentioned, he's not the same pitcher that he once was when he could hump it up there in the high 90s, had that nasty biting back foot slider. On occasion, when he has his good slider, he can still dominate an opposing team, but his fastball regularly sits around 90 or 91.
Here comes his 1-1 pitch way outside.
Also, and I know this from past experiences, if you get on Randy Johnson's fastball early in a ball game, you can kind of chase him into his off-speed stuff. He'll start throwing more sliders. He'll start throwing more splitters. So that's a big if you can get on that fastball early in the game.
Working on a pitch speed graphic. That one crunched and caught as Jackson was backpedaling. Well, good contact by the Cubs here in the first inning, with both Theriot and Johnson making outs, and it'll bring up Derek Lee.
A couple nice swings in that sequence. The one that pulled the ball foul down the third base line. This one he's able to keep fair on a line, but Connor Jackson able to backpedal and make a nice catch.
And there's a strike on Derek Lee. Lee Johnson kind of has that my name is Earl look. Hit foul off to the right. This has not been a fun place for the Cubs to play. They've gone just 13-25 here at Chase Field. And they lost both games here to start last year's division series sweep. And that's low. Bob, I thought 2 first place teams, I know it's a Monday night, thought it might have a playoff atmosphere kind of a feel, but it really doesn't. And I don't know if that has more to do with the Diamondbacks being 2 games under 500 or not, but as we mentioned in the open, they are in first. And the team they're tied with, the Dodgers, scored 8 times in the first inning against the Rockies in Denver tonight. They took 2 of 3 here against Arizona. The Diamondbacks could not hold a 4-1 ninth inning lead yesterday and lost 6-5.
A tough loss. I mean, it's too early in the season to say that was a must-win game, but obviously the Diamondbacks wanted to take that series from their West Coast competitor. And boy, when you lose them late like that in the bullpen, those really sting.
Snyder almost dropped it. Overran the ball a little bit, but he was able to make the catch. Snyder just came off the disabled list yesterday.
Well,
Just get it done, right? Diamondbacks coming up against Rich Harden when we come back.
Exceptionally brewed for a taste that's pure Amsterdam. Amstel Light, one damn good beer.
Build the deck of your dreams this summer with help from Menards. AC2 MicroPro treated lumber is an environmentally preferable product that now has a more natural color and carries an Osmos lifetime limited warranty. Decking is 49 cents a linear foot. Add curb appeal with decorative stone. It's great for landscaping and is maintenance free. Choose from Ozark Granite or Western Sunset, only $2.99 a bag. Menards, dedicated to service and quality.
Save big money at Menards.
We've sold thousands of quality used cars, but actually, quality used cars sell themselves. Hello, I'm Bruce Dickstein of the David Bruce Auto Center. Our factory-trained technicians go through every used car. The ones that pass go on our lot. The ones that don't, they go somewhere else. At the David Bruce Auto Center, we take the risk out of buying. We believe it's the only way to buy a used car.
And if credit has been a problem, see David Bruce for a second chance.
Exceptionally brewed for a taste that's pure Amsterdam. Amstel Light, one damn good beer.
A lot of Cub fans in the area. The Cubs train in nearby Mesa in February and March, and now the Diamondbacks Southwest starting lineup. They have a few guys who are hot. Drew has hit in 7 straight. Jackson in 8 in a row. Hudson hitting 3rd. Tracy has been hot lately. He's over 300. Reynolds, Young, Snyder again just off the DL. Alex Romero in for the injured Justin Upton, and Randy Johnson will bat 9th.
Take a look at the Cubs defensively, brought to you by Rico. Move your ideas forward with Rico dependability. Johnson, Edmonds, and DeRosa across the outfield tonight. Ramirez, Theriot, Cedeno, Lee will be on the infield. Giovanni Soto doing the catching tonight, while right-hander Rich Harden making his second start as a member of the Chicago Cubs.
And here he goes, and ball 1. Combined numbers with the A's and the Cubs. Drew tied his career high with 4 hits yesterday, and he fouls off. So Harden's already dipping into his off-speed repertoire early on. We're going to have some fun with Rich Harden trying to determine what in fact he is throwing. We know about the fastball. Swing and a miss. That could have been a changeup, probably was to a lefty. Could be a splitter. He does have a slider, kind of a slurvy breaking ball. But I think he kind of enjoys the fact that not everybody knows exactly what he is throwing. That was definitely a changeup, and it was nasty, and he got a strikeout to start it. That's pretty good stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really good stuff. I don't think Rich Harden minds that people wonder what he's throwing. Just plant that seed of doubt, any momentary split-second sense of indecision, and you've got the hitter on the defensive, and that's exactly where he wants him.
And Connor Jackson, normally their first baseman, as you said, the erstwhile first baseman, nicely done. And he's in left because Eric Burns is probably done for the season with a hamstring injury. Way up in the air. Left center, and Reed Johnson will call off Jim Edmonds. 2 quick outs. Time now for the Kia umpires. Mark Wegner behind the plate. Kellogg, Holbrook, and Fairchild will work the bases. Mark Wegner, Lou Piniella's good friend. Well, they were having a nice conversation as Lou exchanged the lineup card with Kirk Gibson, the bench coach of the Diamondbacks. Wegner tossed Lou from a ball game last year, and Lou got his money's worth.
And then some. Probably got a dry cleaning bill from Mark Wegner as well.
1-0 on switch batting Orlando Hudson. He's hit in 7 of his last 8. The Diamondbacks got off to a fantastic start. They won 21 of their first 30. They had the best record in baseball at 23-12 when they went to Wrigley Field on May 9th. But then they got swept that weekend. Won the next 4 straight. But in mid-May, everything just went downhill. Since the 18th of May, when they were 28-16, they've gone 20-34. But because of their weak division, they've been able to remain in first place. Soft fly to left. Johnson comes over, makes the catch on the move, and both starters with a 1-2-3 opening inning. On to the second, 0-0.
Want to get away? Now you can. Fly to your favorite vacation destinations on Southwest Airlines starting at $69 one way. But hurry, seats are limited. So book now at southwest.com.
You are now free to move about the country.
How do you want to see the game? You want to be closer? Well, this is no ordinary ticket. This is your ticket to baseball heaven in high definition. Sharp Aqua's the official HD TV of Major League Baseball. And with a blazing 4-millisecond response time and a super fast refresh rate, there isn't a shot in the hole or a screamer down the line that won't singe the hair in your nostrils. It will change your baseball-loving life.
Aqua's LCD TV. Change your TV, change your life. Sharp.
What your engine feels, you feel. And when it's running clean, you feel it. Which is why we developed full synthetic Pennzoil Platinum with active cleansing agents to clean out up to 46% of sludge in the first oil change. That's 3 times better than the leading conventional oil. Pennzoil Platinum Motor Oil. Our ultimate clean for your ultimate feeling. Not just oil, Pennzoil.
No score, top of the second. Great to see Marcia, Helen, Debbie, and Julie from the Cubs flight crew here in attendance tonight. See, they're eating. They never eat on the flights.
No, I was just going to say it's nice that somebody's serving them for a change.
Exactly right. So Ramos Ramirez looking for his first hit of the trip. 0 for 13 in Houston. Ball one a little bit outside from Johnson. Ramos 3 for 17 with a home run, a walk, hit by a pitch, and 12 strikeouts versus the big unit.
That was a splitter right there from Randy Johnson. I mentioned it's a pitch he'll use almost exclusively against the right-handed hitters, especially against the good fastball hitters.
High foul pop out of play. Now Randy Johnson, again, unblemished against the Cubs in his career, 12-0. He was scratched from his start against the Cubs on Mother's Day at Wrigley Field because of the inclement weather. Edgar Gonzalez took his spot and got a no decision. The Cubs won that day 6-4 to complete the sweep. Swing and a miss. And there's career strikeout number 4,712. He is second on the all-time punch-out list. This road telecast is brought to you in high definition by Sharp Aquas. First pitch strike on Giovanni Soto, who's facing Johnson for the first time. 290 career wins for Johnson, 24th on the all-time list. High to center. Easy play for Chris Young. In addition to the 12-0 record, Johnson's clubs have gone 13-0 in games he has started against the Cubs. He's one of only 2 players, 2 pitchers in history to have started at least 10 times against the Cubs and have an unbeaten record. Sal Magli 10-0 in 19 career games, including 18 starts against the Cubs.
One of his starts against the Cubs, Len, was at Wrigley Field back in 01, May 18th. I specifically remember this game. Randy had thrown 95 pitches through 5 innings, but had only given up 1 base hit in shutout baseball. We took him down for a pinch hitter. If looks could kill, I would still be buried in the first base dugout at Wrigley Field, but it worked out because the pinch hitter got a base hit, drove home a run. Diamondbacks eventually won that game 4-0.
He didn't like to come out, huh?
No, he doesn't like to come out. I'm sure Lou has made that trip to the mound a few times too, when Randy and Lou were in Seattle together.
Now, am I assuming you never faced him at the beginning of his career and the end of yours?
I have no recollection of facing Randy Johnson, and that's one of those things I think might have stood out.
I would think so, because I was going to ask, when you face a guy who's 6'10", it's a little different than facing most guys who are in that 5'11" to 6'3" range.
Yeah, one thing about it is Randy Johnson doesn't really take full advantage of his height. His arm angle is kind of a low 3/4, even lower than that occasionally on his slider. If he was a straight over the top deliverer, he would be unbelievable. He's had a lot of physical problems toward the end of his career here, some knee issues, some back issues.
Passed Roger Clemens earlier in the season on the all-time strikeout list. He's not going to catch Nolan Ryan. Ryan with 5,714 strikeouts, and again Johnson 4,712. So 2 more strikeouts and he'll be within 1,000 of Nolan Ryan. Snyder sliding toward the inside corner, and Johnson caught it. 2 strikeouts in the inning. Mark DeRosa didn't love the Mark Wegner call. Bottom 2 still scoreless.
McDonald's iced coffee comes in 3 delicious flavors: regular, vanilla, and hazelnut. Try one today.
For the first time in its history, Wrigley Field will host a minor league baseball game. The Road to Wrigley, presented by National City, will showcase Ryan Sandberg's Peoria Chiefs as they host the Kane County Cougars on Tuesday, July 29th. Don't miss this truly unique experience, complete with mascots like the Superstars and Berserk, along with plenty of in-game excitement. Kids 14 and under will even have the chance to run the bases after the game. To order tickets, visit Cubs.com today.
The best way to survive an accident is to avoid one altogether. The 2009 RX, offering 14 actively safe features. Right now, get 2.9% financing on the 2009 RX 350 at your Lexus dealer.
Seriously, mornings just go better when you grab some breakfast. Whatever. Ow.
Start your day off right with any 2 McMuffin sandwiches for just $3. Now at McDonald's.
Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Kia Motors. Kia, the power to surprise. Rico, move your ideas forward with Rico dependability. And by Nissan and your Nissan dealer.
Sign up for a subscription to Vineline, the official monthly magazine of the Chicago Cubs. Vineline offers exclusive player features, team analysis, and minor league coverage in print and now available online through the Cubs Club on Cubs.com. Visit the Cubs official website to order Vineline today. Chad Tracy playing first base with Connor Jackson now in left. And a 1-0 pitch is a strike from Harden. 1-1. Well, very sad news in the world of baseball and in sports journalism as well. As Jerome Holtzman, who created the save statistic and covered the Sox and the Cubs for over 40 years for the Sun-Times and the Chicago Tribune, has passed away at age 82. Hearing a lot of stories about Jerome Holtzman from the beat writers in attendance here in Phoenix. And Bruce Miles, who covers the Cubs for the Daily Herald, said he learned a lot from Jerome Holtzman, who told him, get to the park early. And how about this one, Bob? He said, if you rip a player, make sure you're in the middle of the clubhouse the very next day, so you can answer to him. As DeRosa makes a catch and Chad Tracy is out. 1 out here in the bottom of the second.
As a former player, coach, and manager, I had many experiences with Jerome Holtzman, and he was one of my favorites. I always enjoyed coming to Chicago because you knew Jerome Holtzman was going to be one of the first writers you ran into. That first rule you talked about, get to the park early, and certainly Jerome was one of the first guys there every day. Always had a word for even the youngest player in the clubhouse. He's going to be sorely missed.
And I think the be accountable part of it is important too, because players and managers, they're not always going to get along with the writers, but if you're there every day, you can at least hash it out. You don't have to always agree. He wrote 6 books, went into the Hall of Fame in 1989, and also was Major League Baseball's first official historian. He was hired by Commissioner Selig after he retired in 1999. Nice article about him by Paul Sullivan in today's Chicago Tribune. Check it out online. 2-1 on Mark Reynolds. Make it 2-2.
$115 strikeouts already this season for Mark Reynolds and 321 at bats. I guess you could say his approach is all or nothing.
And second most strikeouts in the National League. There goes a Cubs fan, we think, wearing Cubs blue. And there's another strikeout, number 116 for Reynolds.
Oof. You know, a lot of times to identify Rich Harden's pitches, you just have to watch the reaction of the hitter. That time Reynolds way out in front. I'm assuming that was a straight changeup. There's so much movement on that straight changeup.
Now Chris Young, the center fielder, 2 outs, nobody on. Another called strike. Just like that, it's 0-2. Harden facing the Diamondbacks for the first time. The only guy in the lineup with previous at-bats against him, Orlando Hudson. The 0-2, not where Soto wanted it. He wanted that 4-seamer up. It's okay if you miss off the plate on an 0-2. You see, Gio wants this one down. 2-2. Where next?
I'm going to paint a corner right here. Should be a change. Well, by all reports, this is a very good pitcher's mound here at Chase Field. Never heard any complaints in my time here. Same grounds crew is still working this ballpark.
Called Strike three. Chris Young could not take the bat off his shoulder. 0-0 after 2.
These days, one thing matters when it comes to driving. This number. With the best highway fuel efficiency of any 8-passenger SUV, this GMC Acadia has a range of up to 528 highway miles, which means you'll be able to go farther than this Toyota 4Runner before stopping. What's the point? Less pumping, more driving.
Qualified buyers now get 2.9% APR financing for 60 months on any 2008 Acadia, plus $750 purchase bonus cash. See your local GMC dealer.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs.
If it's got a motor. That's our slogan here at Clinton Motor Works. And what's it mean? Well, we have one of the area's best selection of pre-owned cars, trucks, vans, SUVs. Oh yeah, and the cruising coolers. How great is that? A 13-mile-an-hour cooler to ride. Just another reason to stop in and see what's going on. Now let's talk warranty. We have the area's only lifetime engine warranty on most all the vehicles we sell. That's right, your engine blows, you get it fixed for free. That's why people do business with us. For your next great sales and finance experience, we'll see you soon at Clinton Motor Works.
If it's got a motor.
Since 1961, Blackhawk Bank has been a foundation of loyalty and experience. I'm Heidi Hughescamp, and I invite you to continue your financial journey with Blackhawk Bank & Trust Financial Services Division. When you partner with us, you will find a highly trained and knowledgeable team committed to creating and maintaining your financial security. At Blackhawk Bank & Trust, the foundation for managing your financial wishes is a reality.
Hey, Cub fans, Cubs games are now on Comcast Sportsnet on demand. Comcast customers go to digital channel $9.99 and look for Comcast Sportsnet and watch Cubs games on demand. Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Cubs games on demand, not available in all areas. One strike on Jim Edmonds, who has had some success against Johnson. 6 for 25, but a couple doubles, 2 home runs. He has walked 4 times. He's been hit by a pitch, and he has struck out 7 times.
And if you ask him which one of those at bats do you remember most, it's probably the one where he got hit by a pitch.
I would think so.
We showed you the comparative numbers, right-handers and left-handers against Randy Johnson this season. Lefty's hitting only 167, righty's hitting 303. All 15 home runs he's surrendered have come to right-handed batters.
Two. Base hit up the middle. That's the first hit for either team. Comes off the bat of a left-handed hitter.
Well, as tempting as it is to load up your lineup with all righties against Randy Johnson, I really believe it works to your advantage to have at least one lefty in a lineup. Now, Lou really had no options, but if you allow him to get into a rhythm where he's just pounding away at that outside corner with his fastball and throwing that back foot slider to the right-handed hitters, he can be very tough to get to even with a lineup of all right-handed hitters. So that one lefty in there forces him to change his approach a little bit.
Soriano hits it deep. Chris Young's going back on this ball, and he's going to catch it on a warning track, sending Edmonds back to first base. Theriot hit that ball about 395 feet.
There's that slight overhang just to the right and left of the batter's eye out in center field. And sometimes that center fielder will get out there and camp on the warning track, and the ball will hit the facing of the overhang. But that time Young had just enough room to catch that drive by Ronnie Cedeno. Here you see that overhang.
And Harden bunted that foul. You saw a little flinch there by Chris Snyder.
Understandable.
And yeah, very understandable. He just came off the disabled list yesterday. And it makes you a little queasy to even talk about it, but he was on the disabled list because of a bruised testicle after being hit by a foul ball. Originally, it was called a fracture, but it ended up being a bad bruise instead. Now, that probably didn't make him feel any better, but he did say it was the most painful thing he had ever dealt with in his entire life.
Oh, and they missed him while he was gone, too.
The 0-2 pitch. Good bunt by Harden just to get it down. The throw's going to go to first. It's a sacrifice for Harden.
Boy, that is a great job of getting down a sacrifice bunt by a guy who's had very few at-bats in his career against one of the toughest left-handers in the history of the game. He's able to dump it down that third baseline. One thing you'll notice from Johnson, he rarely comes off that dirt. He never was a very good fielder, but with the knee problems he's had in the past and the back problems, he is not much of a fielder out there in the middle of the diamond.
It's a second career sack bunt for Harden. So a runner in scoring position for the Cubs' hottest hitter, Ryan Theriot, who was robbed of a hit by Mark Reynolds in the first inning. He hits it high and deep, but Young's going to have room. And that's the inning. Leadoff single, no runs. Midway in the third. 0-0.
The Arby's Rescue Brigade trains for the 2-for-4 beef and cheddar deal.
Arby's beef and cheddar, now 2 for 4. Arby's beef and cheddar, now 2 for 4. Gotta come right in and get some more. Gotta come right in and get some more. Beef and cheddar tastes oh so nice, and 2 for 4 is one great price. 2
for 4 beef and cheddars? Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Arby's is saving the world from ordinary fast food with our 2 for $4 deal on the beef and cheddar, made with our classic roast beef and smothered in savory cheddar cheese sauce. A deal so delicious you'll say, I'm thinking Arby's.
Tonight, do the mojito with the refreshingly cool taste of the Bacardi Mojito.
2,000 years ago, China's Dragon Emperor conquered half the world on August 1st. Here we go again. He is returning.
Keep going, Dad. You raised another mummy.
To finish the job.
I hate mummies. They never play fair.
Brendan Fraser. Jet Li. Time to go. The Mummy, Tomb of the Dragon Emperor, rated PG-13. Starts August 1st.
Wednesday, Aramis Ramirez and the Cubs try not to get snake bit as they take on the Arizona Diamondbacks in HD. Coverage starts with Lexus Cubs pregame live. Cubs D-backs in HD, Wednesday at 8 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
For the first time in its history, Wrigley Field will host a minor league baseball game. The Road to Wrigley, presented by National City, will showcase Ryan Sandberg's Peoria Chiefs as they host the Kane County Cougars on July 29th. Don't miss a chance to be part of the action for this exciting event. For more information and to order tickets, visit Cubs.com.
We should say the first place Peoria Chiefs, 2.5 game lead in the Western Division of the Midwest League in the second half. They've been playing some good ball.
Here is the aforementioned Chris Snyder. Yeah, a lot of the Cubs minor league affiliates are in first place. AAA Iowa Cubs, AA Tennessee Smokies, the High A Daytona Cubs. You mentioned Peoria. Top 4 teams in the chain are in first. And then you have the big league Cubs also in first place.
And the Boise Hawks have the second best record in the Northwest League. Unfortunately, the best record is also in their division, the Spokane Indians.
1-2 strikes. The minor league report, including Jeff Samardzija with 9 strikeouts in 6 innings as he got a win against Nashville. And Jake Fox, I believe that performance, came on his birthday. His 26th birthday. Some big league time last year. Jake is back at Double-A Tennessee. Swing and a miss. Snyder will be thrown out by Soto. Number 4 for Harden.
Struck out on a pitch in the dirt. Nice job by Giovanni Soto to make sure he cleared that runner before throwing on to first base.
Here's Alex Romero in the lineup, filling in right for Justin Upton, who's on the DL with an oblique injury. Popped him up on the infield. Ramirez makes a catch. 2 outs. Well, having seen Harden now, Bob, for a start plus as a batter, would your approach to be hit the first strike you see, try not to get down to 2 strikes against him?
I think that would probably be a good approach. He's a strike thrower. He likes to get ahead in the count where he can expand that zone either with his fastball or with his off-speed deliveries. And usually those kind of guys, you have the best success against them attacking early in the count. Don't let them get to those devastating put-away pitches.
1-1 on the big unit. Quite a game going on in St. Louis. The Brewers leading the Cardinals 4-3 in the 10th inning. Bill Hall with a home run, his 13th, after the Cardinals sent it to extras by scoring a run in the bottom of the 9th. Skip Schumacher with a sac fly. Both teams sweeping over the weekend their respective opponents. Crowd didn't like that pitch. 3-1. When you go up and in on Randy Johnson, you go up.
Well, it was definitely up. I don't know how far in it was. It looked like the pitch might have even been close to the plate. It was just way up. Randy's reaction drew the oohs and ahs from the crowd.
The Cardinals going into tonight had won 5 in a row. Milwaukee 4 straight. Struck him out. No base runners the first time through the order for Rich Harden. 0-0 after 3.
The launch event starts in 4. Now we see the Earth. You got it. 2. Now we see the Earth now. You got it. Get Lincoln MKZ or Lincoln MKX with 0% financing for 60 months during the launch.
They come to Applebee's on family night and game night and girls' night out. Especially now, because for a limited time only, we're bringing back Applebee's 3-course classic starting at $9.99. Choose 3 full courses, entree, appetizer, and dessert. 3-course classic starting at just $9.99. Not Tuesdays or Fridays, but every day at Applebee's. It's a whole new neighborhood.
Morning, Mike.
Morning, Bill.
Morning.
Morning.
I think I might need some better brakes.
You need our Midas Secure Stop brake service.
Is that something new?
Brand spanking.
Really?
Yeah. Exceptional stopping power combined with the security of a 55-point brake inspection.
And the pads are lifetime guaranteed.
So next time this one.
That's why we call it Secure Stop.
Trust the Midas touch.
After the game, stay tuned for Lowe's Cubs Postgame Live. Analysis with Dan Plesac. Highlights, press conferences, and interviews from the stadium. Lowe's Cubs Postgame Live. After the game on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Well, here's the update on Alfonso Soriano. He played this morning for Mesa at Peoria. He was a designated hitter. He had 2 official at-bats, 3 plate appearances. And what Lou said is there were several swings where balls were hit off the end of the bat and off the hands, meaning he got jammed, and he felt no pain in the hands. So that was good news. Lou said he was a little undisciplined, but that actually is not a bad idea considering what he's coming back from. And tomorrow night he's going to head down to Tucson and play with the Iowa Cubs. Under the lights, he'll play left, and depending on how things go tomorrow night, as Johnson fouls back against Johnson, 1-1, Fonzie will either play here Wednesday night or get another game at Tucson. So he'll be back with the Cubs probably, if things continue to go well, either Wednesday or Thursday.
Getting a little bit of that intensity you talked about earlier in the ball game. All it took was for the Cub fans to get on their feet and start cheering.
Little tapper. Johnson got out of the box quickly, and he's going to make it without a throw. An infield hit for Reed Johnson.
One of the best offensive weapons in the game. That swinging bunt, totally accidental, but a full swing from Reed Johnson. A little roller down the third baseline with Mark Reynolds playing deep at third base. Reed Johnson hustles his way into an infield hit.
Second straight inning in which the Cubs have had the leadoff man on base. The update on Kerry Wood: he is still day-to-day with the finger blister. He saw a hand specialist today. He does have a blister, nothing more. So he has been given some ointment. He will throw again on Wednesday, and then the Cubs will make a decision. If he goes on the DL, he wouldn't be able to pitch until the end of the weekend, so Sunday. But the Cubs starters have been good, going deep into ball games, and that's given the bullpen some rest and has allowed the Cubs to carry an extra pitcher who has not been available. The kick and the pitch to Lee is low, ball 1.
Well, you bring up a great point, Len, because if the pitching hadn't been as good as it's been lately, and especially the starting pitching getting deep into the ball games, I don't think there's any doubt they would have had to DL Woody probably a few days ago, if not before, just so you had enough available arms out of that bullpen.
A rainbow to shallow right. It'll be caught by Romero. 1 out.
It's just another odd way that in this game of baseball, things tend to dovetail together and cause an effect. If your starters are working deep into the ball game, you feel a little more comfortable carrying a guy who's not able to pitch right now, knowing that maybe he will be ready shortly and you don't have to put him on the DL. If the starters were getting blown up early in the ball game and you were every night having to go down to that bullpen and use 2 or 3 or 4 pitchers, then Woody probably would have been on the DL by now. We'd had another pitcher up here.
Yeah, to take that a little further, as Ramirez with a big hack. If we go 16 innings tonight, Cubs will probably be forced to make some sort of decision before tomorrow. It was also great to see right-hander Angel Guzman in the Cubs clubhouse before the game. He is coming back from Tommy John surgery, and he's going to throw a simulated game tomorrow. Hopes to go about 4 innings, and he's also hopeful of starting a rehab assignment within the next 2 to 3 weeks. Called strike. 0-2. Well, we've seen a couple of stretches here lately that we normally don't see. Aramis at one time, right before the break, had an 0 for 28. And he has begun the second half by going 0 for his first 14. Let's hope he can break out of it here quickly. Long look at Johnson. And Ramirez is fanned both times. Well, Randy Johnson has pitched in 43 different parks in his career, has at least one win in 41 of those parks. And our Aflac trivia question. Can you name either venue in which he pitched but did not get a win? Soto batting with a runner at first, 2 outs, and Johnson throws to first, and Johnson's back.
Johnson and Johnson. Now you can run on Randy Johnson. He can be extremely slow to the plate at times, and his move to first base is fairly easy to read.
Chris in front, he pulled it foul.
Chris Snyder behind the plate, however, throws extremely well. You need to get the jump against Randy Johnson, because if you try to run on Snyder's arm, he's probably going to get you.
By the way, the hint on the trivia question, the 2 parks we're looking for are no longer being used, for baseball at least. One is in the American League and one is in the National League. This is a good way to tell how many Cubs fans are in the ballpark. When the Diamondbacks pitcher throws to first about 7 times, because that team's fans will boo. Ooh. How about first and third, fake to third, and then look at first? Then you really get a good idea. Romero again in right, and he makes 2 catches in the inning. Cubs waste a leadoff single for the 2nd straight frame. Harden back to work in the bottom of the 4th. No score.
When a major hospital wanted to add on to their benefits package at no direct cost to the company, their very first word was Aflac, Aflac. Find out more at aflacforbusiness.com.
MGD 64.
I'll have a vodka cranberry 64.
12 ounces, 64 calories. MGD 64, as light as it gets.
Kitchen Design Limited. They're the tile specialists, right, Dex?
Oh, that's Kern's Kitchens.
Oh, these cabinets got to go too, huh?
Kitchen Design Limited does custom.
Free consultations?
That's Kern's Kitchens.
Granite countertops.
Of course.
Calvert's Remodeling has those wholesale.
Wait, I'm confused. Who has the guarantee?
Maybe this will help.
Oh.
Now let's talk bathrooms.
Introducing DexKnows.com, the smartest local search on the web. Compare businesses side by side. See hours, services, and more. Visit DexKnows.com.
Hey, yeah, there's this ATM surcharge rebate thingy on my statement.
Oh, that's a rebate for ATM fees charged to you by other banks.
What?
Well, we just don't think you should have to pay to get your own money.
You don't?
Nope. That's why we rebate ATM fees on your lead checking account, no matter whose ATM you use.
I'm gonna need a second, Gene. So I don't have to pay to get my own money.
It's not just banking, it's National City.
Well, let's get the answer to tonight's Aflac trivia question. Randy Johnson has pitched in a lot of ballparks, and there are 2 in which he has not won. Never won at Memorial Stadium in Baltimore or at Fulton County Stadium in Atlanta.
He made up for it in Atlanta by throwing a perfect game at Turner Field.
Yeah, he did. Well, the starting pitchers have been the story early on. Kicking their feet up near the pool. If you just joined us, first time through the order, Rich Harden with 5 strikeouts. The other 4 outs were in the air. 1 infield pop and 3 flies to the outfield. So he starts with Drew here in the 4th. Diamondbacks without a base runner. 1 ball, no strikes.
Cub fans have taken over the pool here at Chase Field. A lot of Cubby fans down there tonight. Looks like a real nice backyard.
Yeah. Soto and Ramirez are over, and no play. Giovanni Soto hit a home run in this ballpark in that division series last season. Well, it was loud in this ballpark. A lot of the noise is manufactured, but they really cranked it up. Caught the inside corner. 1-2.
Well, there's no question. One of the biggest problems you have as a fan here at Chase Field is overstimulation. Neon lights everywhere, loud music, flashing lights. There's a lot going on. Those are like the speakers you have in your car.
You know, and when you come here, if you like baseball, they have games too.
Really?
Pretty good one going on right now. 2-2 pitch, pulled foul. I mean, you know, it's easy to criticize. I get it. I mean, the franchise still fairly new. Started up in 1998. You know, like a lot of other places, you know, you're building a fan base. But having said that, the best way to build a fan base is to win the World Series, which you did in 2001. Pump in as much music as you want, but really it comes down to wins and losses. Full count pitch, struck him out. Bob, we're going to have to bring a dictionary or a thesaurus to the ballpark when he pitches, because you start running out of adjectives. And I hate to get too giggly, to borrow a line from Lou Piniella, but if this guy can stay healthy, look out.
You know, it's one thing to pitch a good game and have your defense make some plays behind you in a game, but you get the feeling on a given night, if Rich Harden has everything working, you're not going to make contact against him. That's how good he has been in his 2 starts.
And let's be clear, staying healthy has been a big challenge for him. And that was the risk when Jim Hendry made the deal. But you see the stuff. And when he has been healthy, he has been one of the best starting pitchers in baseball. There's really no disputing that. The 2-0 on the way. Outside, 3 balls, no strikes. During the last 3 years, he is 10-3 with a .285, but he's had 5 DL stints. So he's made just 27 starts in 30 appearances. And along those lines, the Cubs will give him extra rest when they can in the second half. And Lou said before the game today to the media that he's not looking to do a 6-man rotation. That's not in the cards. But he said depending on the standings and also on how the staff overall has been pitching, he could drop a Sean Marshall in there and maybe skip a guy like Harden just to give him that extra rest that he could need. He's back in at 3-2, and he just blew away Connor Jackson. 2 down. Yikes.
Just overpowered him with a high heater. Connor Jackson, a pretty good high fastball hitter, does Harden a favor, chasing one up out of the zone that time. This is a Diamondbacks ball club that really just recently started to swing the bats a little bit better. They had really gone through some offensive woes at the end of that first half. And about the time they started swinging it better, their bullpen collapsed.
Time to get this guy some run support. He hasn't had to work from the stretch through 4. On to the 5th, no score.
For 60 years throughout the world, we've been engaged in peacekeeping, humanitarian aid, and scientific inquiry. And then there's these guys. We're celebrating our 60th anniversary with limited time offers. Make an appointment to put a Land Rover through its paces.
If you need to tow it, Quad City Spring has it. Quad City Spring is the area's suspension, spring, truck accessory, and towing experts. From goosenecks and fifth wheels to every kind of hitch imaginable, including Blue Ox base plates and tow bars, strong as an ox. And Quad City Spring installs and services everything they sell. So tow it right. Get your ride to Quad City Spring. Quad City Spring, 34th Street at River Drive in Moline.
So, you're a green person, but which shade? Confusing, isn't it? Well, True Value's Color Made Simple can help. With exclusive tools, trained professionals, and expert advice, finding your color will always be simple. Now let's talk purple. True Value's Color Made Simple.
Meeting the challenge since 1940.
Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
Pledge your allegiance to the Cubs by becoming a member of the Cubs Club, the official online fan club for the Chicago Cubs. Cubs Club members will receive benefits unavailable to other fans, including your very own 2008 membership card, MLB.com's game day audio for 08 regular season, and much more.
Young with a catch. Another well-hit ball.
To join today, visit Cubs.com, where baseball is always on.
Well, these two pitchers, Bob, have had the same results, but they've gotten there through very different means.
A lot of hard hit balls by the Cubs offensively, especially to the big part of the park out there in center field. Nice running catch by Chris Young that time. Rich Harden has pretty much avoided contact from the Diamondbacks bats.
Edmonds with a fly to left, and it's deep. Jackson took a look back, and he's going to catch it. Looked like he thought he was going to have to leap, but he did not. A warning track out for Jim Edmonds.
Fastball down and out over the plate. Connor Jackson, one quick peek to the wall right there, realizes he has just enough room to make the catch. Another hard hit ball.
2 down, it's Ronnie Cedeno. The Cubs organization today released a statement after the passing of Jerome Holtzman, the Hall of Fame baseball writer. Chairman Crane Kenny today said, quote, "The Cubs are terribly saddened to learn of the passing of Hall of Fame baseball writer Jerome Holtzman. Jerome's contributions to the game of baseball were immense, from creating the modern-day save rule to his role as baseball's official historian following his retirement from the Chicago Tribune 9 years ago. More so, however, Jerome for more than 40 years was a primary link between Chicago baseball fans and their beloved teams. He was an accomplished writer who earned respect both from his readers and from those whom he covered. On behalf of the entire Cubs family, I send our heartfelt condolences to Jerome's wife, Marilyn, and to his entire family." That's from Crane Kenny in the Chicago Cubs. 1-2 on Ronnie. It's a final now in St. Louis. Milwaukee beat the Cardinals 6-3 with 3 in the 10th. So one winning streak continues. Milwaukee's now at 5, and they are now tied with St. Louis for second. Both teams 2.5 behind the Cubs, as the Cardinals' 5-game winning streak has come to an end. That's the first of a 4-game series at Busch Stadium. Another ball in the air. Hudson's calling for it, waving his arms, and he has it. A 1-2-3-5 for Randy Johnson. We're halfway home. Still goose eggs from AZ.
The David Bruce Auto Center sells more new and used cars than anyone in the area. Hello, I'm Bruce Dickstein, and here are some reasons why.
A new 08 Pontiac G6 20th anniversary priced for only $14,988, and a new 08 Pontiac Grand Prix for only $18,775.
Remember, no one in the area sells more or gives you more for your trade.
And if credit has been a problem, see David Bruce for a second chance.
I see skies of blue.
Some discover it through the wonder of others. Some experience it volunteering their time, while others find it through the expectation of tomorrow. It's wellness. And at Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois, yours means the world to us. Because when it all comes together, we want to give you the confidence to experience wellness everywhere.
What a wonderful world.
These days, one thing matters when it comes to driving. This number. With the best highway fuel efficiency of any 8-passenger SUV, this GMC Acadia has a range of up to 528 highway miles, which means you'll be able to go farther than this Toyota 4Runner before stopping. What's the point? Less pumping, more driving.
Qualified buyers now get 2.9% APR financing for 60 months on any 2008 Acadia, plus $750 purchase bonus cash. See your local GMC dealer.
Time now for a Buick Pontiac GMC Sports Update.
Hi, everyone. Pat Boyd back in our downtown Chicago studios. After the ball game, Dan Plezak will join me for Lowe's Cubs postgame live. Then coming up tonight on Sports Night, we'll have the latest on Brian Urlacher's new deal with the Bears. Plus, we've got highlights and postgame reaction as Josh Hamilton and the Rangers visit the South Side. But now let's go back to Chase Field in Phoenix. Here's Len Casper and Bob Medley. Guys.
Pat, it's been quite a battle here between Rich Harden and Randy Johnson. Rich Harden's been better, but we're still scoreless.
Yeah, still scoreless. Cubs just need to find some holes. They put some real good swings on Randy Johnson in the early going here. Unfortunately, hitting the balls right to the Diamondbacks defenders.
So Harden back to work against Chad Tracy. Harden has thrown just over 50 pitches. And he's now 2-0 on Tracy. Chad Tracy coming off right knee surgery. Did not make his season debut until May 26th. Had to deal with a blood clot in that right leg over the winter during his recovery as well. 3-0. Harden went 3-0 on Connor Jackson, but then came back and struck him out. Something we saw in his last start. You'll see a changeup occasionally at 89. You'll see a fastball at 89. Every pitch seems to have a different velocity. And that's the thing about his repertoire. I mean, we heard, well, fastball changeups, but it doesn't feel that way, does it?
Well, the changeup could look like three different pitches rather. Yeah, depending on how he throws them, what location, what velocity.
The payoff pitch. Hit foul. We'll do it again.
Talking to some of the advanced scouts in the lunchroom before the ball game today, and they were talking about the Rich Harden fastball. We talk a lot about his changeup because it's a devastating pitch. His fastball has that hop at the end. It seems to almost rise a little bit. I know that's a physical impossibility, but it just isn't affected as much by gravity as some other pitchers' fastball.
I think that last one we had clocked at 99 and he missed. That's the first base runner as Tracy walks. So that's the thing about that heater. When he wants to reach back, he can get it in the mid to upper 90s.
But didn't miss by much here. Just below the kneecaps on that fastball.
So he will work from the stretch for the first time tonight. We'll see if it affects him at all. Leadoff man on for the Diamondbacks as they have their first base runner. Reynolds swings and misses.
Mentioned the struggles this Diamondbacks club has had offensively, and one thing in the past that they've been able to go to when they've swung the bats poorly is their speed on the bases. They've got several guys in the lineup that are capable of stealing bases, but they have not run much this year. Bob Melvin was talking to some of the local writers after the ball game last night. Several of his players have the green light every time they get on base, but more recently he's had to put the must steal sign on, trying to force his guys to be more aggressive on the base paths.
Well, Harden has gone with back-to-back changeups to get ahead of Reynolds. Bounced one up there that time. I don't know if I would say Harden works backwards, but he's definitely not in love with his fastball, and that means he knows how to pitch. There's some guys who throw as hard as he does are known as throwers, right?
Oh yeah.
Not him.
He can pitch backwards, forward, sideways, diagonally. When you got the kind of stuff he has on the mound and you're healthy, you can do that.
That was a heater, and he got Reynolds for the second time.
Just overpowered with a fastball up and out over the plate. That's a ball that normally a big, strong power hitter like Mark Reynolds would try to drive to right center field, but a very late defensive swing there, just trying to get a piece of it, came up empty.
Young batting with one out. He has hit just .201. That was coming in versus right-handers this year.
Chris Young, a perfect example of what I was talking about earlier. He stole 27 bases last season, mostly hitting out of the leadoff spot for Bob Melvin. Only 6 this year in 8 attempts.
2 high throws. That one almost got over Derek. Four stolen bases this year against Harden. Nothing in one.
It might have been a slider. I'm not sure. They had a little bit of downward movement and just ever so slightly moving across the plate away from Chris Young. Looked like a slider. 82 miles an hour. He's thrown his changeup that speed as well.
Looks like a backup slider. Well, the other thing, Bob, you really like about his repertoire and his stuff is that it's so different from Carlos Zambrano's. I mean, the Cubs have 2 guys who you would call ace material, but their styles are very different, even though they're both right-handed. Z with that power sinker, and Harden with a 4-seamer, more of the Jason Schmidt type repertoire. A lot of strikeouts and fly ball outs.
I really think there's something to be said for assembling your pitching staff with differing styles of pitchers. If you face 3 or 4 guys in a row that all throw pretty much the same stuff, got over everybody, throw the same stuff at the same velocities, it's not much of an adjustment for an opposing team in a 3-game series when all 3 pitchers you see are very similar. That one got away right there.
And we don't want to slight Ryan Dempster, who has pitched like an ace all season long. He got his 11th win yesterday. 11-4 on the year. Squid foul. Jason Marquis will pitch for the Cubs tomorrow night. Right-hander Micah Owings is listed, but what we've been told is if needed he would pitch in relief tonight, and Yusmeiro Petit would then start game 2. This is DeRosa in right center for the second out.
The biggest change in this Diamondbacks ball club, at least it showed up recently, is the subtraction of Jose Valverde from the tail end of that bullpen. He was lights out as a closer last year for Bob Melvin. They elected to trade him in the offseason. Plugged in Brandon Lyon as a closer, who's done a nice job for the most part, but when you move one guy from a familiar role to the closer's role, somebody has to step in and be that 7th and 8th inning guy, and they haven't gotten consistent performances from Tony Pena and Chad Qualls so far this season.
As dominating as Rich Harden has been, the Diamondbacks are a single away from potentially taking the lead in this ballgame. Tracy at second and 2 outs. Good knockdown by Soto.
A ball that possibly Chad Tracy could have advanced on, but with 2 outs in the inning, that's one of those situations you better be 100% sure you can make it to third base standing. And as you mentioned, Tracy's had some knee issues in the past, not running at 100% right now.
Rich has a sign. Here he comes. 3-0. So I'll pay you $10. You go down and tell Chris Snyder the most painful area to get hit on a foul ball is the toe.
Well,
I'm thinking you're probably not going to talk him into believing that.
I don't think I'll talk him into it, but I still believe it. I still believe it.
3-0 pitch. And it's 3-1.
I get goosebumps just thinking about getting hit on the toe with a foul tip. And I haven't played the game seriously for 50 years.
Harden at the belt. 3-1. Past him, he's going to have to cover first, and he gets over there as Derek Lee will get it to him. It goes 3-1. Arizona with 1 base runner, a walk through 5. Cubs coming back on offense. Harden will lead it off in the 6th. No score.
I'm feeling fine whenever you shine. I wish you were here to
They say the sun shines a little brighter in Florida. See why. With over 50 daily flights from Chicago Midway to the Sunshine State, Southwest is taking low fares farther. Go to southwest.com/Florida to book your trip today.
You are now free to move about the country. Hey Cubs fans, are you looking to get tickets to the hottest Cubs games this year? Visit Cubs.com and click on StubHub, the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of Cubs.com. Don't miss all the fun and excitement at the friendly confines with StubHub. There's always a ticket available to a Cubs game.
Show me what you tell me, now we sipping cold belly and we up inside the telly. Roll you jellies on your belly and that's right up on your pillow. Bobby all inside your middle. This got me flipping like hotcakes on the griddle.
Nissan set out to create the perfect on-road vehicle, and in the process, created a category. Introducing 2 crossover leaders from Nissan. The redesigned Murano, awarded as an IIHS top safety pick. And the new Rogue, named 2008's best new small crossover. Lease Murano, $299 a month. Rogue, $229 a month. Don't follow the leader, own one. At your Nissan dealer now.
Wednesday, Aramis Ramirez and the Cubs try not to get snake bit as they take on the Arizona Diamondbacks in HD. Coverage starts with Lexus Cubs pregame live. Cubs D-backs in HD Wednesday at 8 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Get Chicago Sports News Nightly on Land Rover Sports Night. Coming up tonight after Cubs postgame live, we'll preview the Bears as they open camp tomorrow, believe it or not. Plus full Cubs and Sox recaps. Join Chris Bowden for Land Rover Sports Night tonight after Cubs postgame live only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. What a duel here in Arizona. Rich Harden has not given up a hit through 5. The Cubs have 2 hits, both singles against Randy Johnson. Even though they have hit a lot of balls very hard, they still have not scored a run. Well, the two pitchers will match up here as Harden takes a strike. 1 for 12 in his major league career.
Rich Harden, a right-handed pitcher, left-handed hitter, has that protective guard on his right throwing elbow. Randy Johnson, a left-handed pitcher that bats right-handed and wears the guard on his left elbow.
They have an enormous scoreboard out in center. I know the hitter's focused on the pitcher, but that's what Rich Harden would have. Yeah, right there. If he looked up, that's what he would see. As he strikes out swinging. 4th strikeout for Johnson.
Well, and this is starting to feel like one of those ball games. It's going to come down to some type of a mistake, whether it be a mental error on the bases or defensively or an actual physical error. Rich Harden obviously on top of his game. Randy Johnson probably not the best he's ever been, but pretty tough tonight.
What I think will be interesting, and we're in the 6th, the pitch counts are fine for both guys. But they are essentially 100 to 105, maybe 110 pitch count pitchers. I don't think in either case, and actually maybe more likely in the case of Johnson, that Bob Melvin might stretch him out a little bit. The Cubs really don't want to push Rich Harden too much with all the injury problems we talked about. In the case of Johnson, the most he's gone this year, 112. Right center field, Chris Young runs well, and he is going to get there, and he didn't even have to dive.
Actually, Ryan Theriot hit that ball too pure. If he slices that ball a little bit, it moves away from Chris Young into the gap in right center, but he hit it on a line out there, and Young was able to run it down, make a nice catch.
Reed Johnson with 2 gone. Harden's season high in pitches 115. That was back on June 2nd with the A's. Since then, he has not even reached 100. So we'll see as we get deeper into the game. Johnson has now thrown 62 pitches. Harden has thrown 73 through 5. Ryan Dempster could have gone the distance yesterday, but the Cubs added a bunch of insurance in the 9th. No sense in pushing it. 8 innings, no runs, 6 hits. It's a tribute to Ryan that we would say it was one of his better performances of the year, but I wouldn't necessarily say it was his best. That's how good he's been.
Best outing very well could have been in a losing effort in Pittsburgh earlier this year when he gave up only 1 hit through, I believe, 7 innings.
First walk issued by Randy Johnson. Now, Ryan got into major trouble only once. Bases loaded with nobody out in the 5th inning, and he got out of it. Still alive for Derek Lee. Here's a pitch. Ball 1, and Snyder's going to head out. I have a quirky question for you. Tell us something about Randy Johnson that baseball fans might not know.
One thing that makes me very jealous of Randy Johnson is the fact he got to see the Led Zeppelin reunion concert in London.
In person? He was there?
In person, and sat in the row in front of Eric Clapton and Jeff Beck. So that tells you where he ranks in the grand scheme of things.
bad.
And they couldn't see over his head.
I would imagine.
Big music fan, as you might imagine. Plays the drums to decompress a little bit after ball games. Big fan of the Seattle sound. I know they don't like it called grunge, but from that time period when Nirvana and Pearl Jam were all cranking it up there in the Pacific Northwest.
Throw to first base to keep an eye on Reed Johnson.
He's very big on having his own personal catcher. Now it's rotated around, and depending on how he's pitching, either he still likes his catcher or he doesn't like his catcher anymore. One time in spring training, he threw to Chad Moeller, who was the backup catcher here in Arizona when I was managing, and he came to me after a spring training outing and said, "I like throwing to that guy Miller." I said, "Randy, his name is Moeller." "Well, I like him too."
A 1-1 pitch. I think he wanted it, didn't get it. 2-1.
And he does not like it when opposing teams try to bunt for a base hit against him. He'll stare down the hitter. Occasionally he'll dust off a hitter after attempting a bunt for a base hit. But the reality is it's a tremendous weapon to use against him. Just doesn't get off that mound quickly. And once he does get to the ball, he takes a long time to unload his throw to the bases.
Now Johnson made a good decision as Snyder, for about 2 seconds, lost the location of the baseball.
Unfortunately, the Cubs don't have a lot of guys in their lineup who are real good at bunting for base hits. That ball got under the glove and actually hit Snyder on the inside of the left thigh before dropping back down in that catcher's box.
Probably their best bunter is on the bench tonight, Kosuke Fukudome. After a 2-double performance yesterday, Kosuke went 2 for 5. Lou wanted to give him the night off against Randy Johnson. Very tough at bat for a lefty. Well, Johnson certainly didn't like what Doug Minkiewicz did back in June in Pittsburgh. He stepped out of the box, then after getting back in, asked for time again as Johnson was ready to pitch. And he yelled at Minkiewicz. Benches cleared. Cooler heads did prevail before any fists flew, but Johnson seemed to lose it in that inning. 3-2. Committed an error on the next play. Eventually walked in a run. And afterward, he said the incident had nothing to do with what happened in the aftermath. Reed Johnson will get a head start on a 3-2 count with 2 outs. Nothing here in the 6th. There he goes. Driven right center. Young makes a catch. Well, the Cubs continue to square up Randy Johnson, but they still haven't scored. 5.5 complete. 0-0.
Trade up to better fuel economy at the Chevy Model Year End event. Qualified buyers get 0% APR financing for 72 months on most 2008 Chevy Tahoes.
Baseball fans and Comcast subscribers, Cubs and Sox games are now available on Comcast Sportsnet On Demand. Don't miss a second of your favorite team's games. Comcast cable subscribers just go to Digital Channel 999 and watch Cubs and Sox games on demand.
If it's got a motor. That's our slogan here at Clinton Motor Works, and what's it mean? Well, we have one of the area's best selection of pre-owned cars, trucks, vans, SUVs. Oh yeah, and the cruising coolers. How great is that? A 13-mile-an-hour cooler to ride. Just another reason to stop in and see what's going on. Now let's talk warranty. We have the area's only lifetime engine warranty on most all the vehicles we sell. That's right, your engine blows, you get it fixed for free. That's why people do business with us. For your next great sales and finance experience, we'll see you soon at Clinton Motor Works.
If it's got a motor.
So, you're a green person, but which shade? Confusing, isn't it? Well, True Value's Color Made Simple can help. With exclusive tools, trained professionals, and expert advice, finding your color will always be simple. Now let's talk purple. True Values color made simple.
Meeting the challenge since 1940.
McDonald's Sports Rise every morning only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Rich Harden here in the bottom of the 6th against Alex Romero. He is batting 8th right in front of the pitcher. And he swings and misses at a changeup. He was acquired on waivers from the Twins prior to 2007 from Maracaibo, Venezuela.
He's just keeping that right field position warm until Justin Upton returns from the disabled list. Diamondbacks are expecting him back soon.
A wind in the 0-2 is too high. Randy Johnson 44 and strike out as many as he used to. This is deep to right and gone. A home run. That breaks the no-hit bid and gives the Diamondbacks the lead. The first career home run for Alex Romero. Well, you just never know in this game. And he was down in the count.
Our Belvedere going downtown home run replay. Pitch was right in the middle of the plate, about belt high. Romero gets out around it and hooks it back to right field. Got just enough to get it over that fence behind Mark DeRosa.
So the first hit of the night for Arizona is a leadoff home run in the 6th. Dumped foul by Johnson.
And Romero in 7 minor league seasons had a grand total of 39 home runs. You just never know. DeRosa tries to get back to the barrier. This is one of the fences in the National League that outfielders can climb. DeRosa got back there, got well up above the yellow stripe, but couldn't get a glove on it.
It was a 1-2 pitch. Two to Johnson. He hit it well, but Edmonds will catch up to it.
I should have been a pitcher. The way the fans react to contact by a pitcher is amazing. They jumped to their feet when Randy made contact with that ball. Little lazy fly ball into medium depth center field, but I never got that kind of reaction, and I hit a bunch of lazy fly balls to center field.
You didn't get that excited for you?
No.
Drew has yet to put a ball in play. 2 strikeouts. Brother of J.D. Drew and Tim Drew, all 3 of whom were first-round picks. J.D. and Tim, the only set of brothers ever to be taken in the first round of the same draft. Stephen was a first rounder in 04 out of Florida State. Signed the following May. Two down. For whatever reason, Bob, the Drews didn't like to just get drafted and signed.
No. Stephen went and played some independent ball, I believe, didn't he? Played a
Yes, he
season
did.
of,
The Atlantic League.
Yeah. The rules concerning that have changed now. After a player is drafted in the June draft, he has until August 15th to sign, or you go back into the draft pool for the next season.
Two hits for the Cubs, one for the Diamondbacks, and the one a big one, solo home run by Alex Romero, his first career shot. First run given up by Harden as a Cub. 5 1/3 shutout innings in his last start. Looked to be in great shape for a win. He left with a seemingly comfortable 7-0 lead. The Cubs did win that ball game against the Giants, but they went to extras, so he got a no decision. Two pitch. He went around. Soto's going to have to pick it up and throw to first, and he gets him. So that'll end the 6th. But to start the inning, Romero with a home run to right, and it's 1-0 Diamondbacks.
The Arby's Rescue Brigade trains for the 2-for-4 beef and cheddar deal.
Arby's beef and cheddar now 2 for 4. Arby's beef and cheddar now 2 for 4. Gotta come right in and get some more. Gotta come right in and get some more. Beef and cheddar tastes oh so nice, and 2 for 4 is one great price. 2
for 4 beef and cheddars? Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Arby's is saving the world from ordinary fast food with our 2-for-4 deal on the beef and cheddar. Made with our classic roast beef and smothered in savory cheddar cheese sauce. A deal so delicious you'll say, I'm thinking Arby's.
From creator Chris Carter.
Dr. Scully, I'm looking for Fox Mulder.
I don't work with Fox Mulder any longer.
Only a mystery this big.
He claims a psychic connection.
My visions were God's work. Maybe it's not God doing the sending.
Could bring them back together.
Scully?
This Friday.
Look into the darkness, Mulder.
They're back in the motion picture event that will make you believe.
Don't give up!
The X-Files. I Want to Believe. Rated PG-13. Only in theaters.
Tonight, do the mojito with the refreshingly cool taste of the Bacardi Mojito.
Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Aflac. Ask about it at work. And by the Toyota Tundra. Visit whytundra.com to find out why the Toyota Tundra is a great way to keep moving forward.
Everything's a hit at Harry Carey's legendary Italian steakhouse, voted best steakhouse in Chicago. Located in Chicago, Rosemont, or Lombard. Call 773 Holy Cow or visit harrycareys.com for reservations. Tough night for Aramis. Tough trip for the Cubs' third sacker. Now 0 for 15, including 2 strikeouts tonight. 1 strike pitch inside.
Well, and it may seem like a huge oversimplification, but it seems to me like when Aramis Ramirez goes into these little funks, he doesn't track the ball all the way into the hitting zone. It's a very simple thing. If you can't see it, you can't hit it. You know, a couple of the big swings that he's taken when he's been ahead in the count, it seems like his head is pulling off the ball just as it gets near home plate.
Lefty Neil Kotz is up. Well, from your experience as a player, not asking you to be a doctor here, but is that a physical thing? Could that come from fatigue? Is it a mental component? I mean, guys talk about seeing the ball well when they're in a good groove. How would you characterize it?
Well, certainly a certain amount of it is physical, because your head and your neck and your eyes are not tracking that ball all the way into the hitting area. But I think more than anything else, it's mental. You see the ball out of the pitcher's hand. You track it the first half of the trip to home plate. You think it's a pitch you can hit. When the hands and the bat start, the head goes with them.
Well, against Randy Johnson, he's now had 19 career at bats and has struck out 14 times.
And some guys you just don't see the ball well against. You just don't pick it up immediately out of their hand.
Driven to deep left. Jackson back on a warning track. He's going to catch this one. Man, oh man. Another warning track shot.
Looked like he got all of it. Just out in front a little bit, didn't get the full momentum of his body behind that swing. Still with his arms, he drives it all the way to the warning track in left field.
Soto's fly to center and to right. Got an email from Bernie Mason in Chicago, and the catcher throws the runner out at first on a drop third strike like we saw Soto throw out Connor Jackson. Was it scored as a strikeout or a 2-3 putout? Does the pitcher get a strikeout? Yes, and yes, and yes. It is a strikeout, and actually the catcher would get the assist and the first baseman would get the put out on the 2-3 part of it. You can have a strikeout and the batter reaches on a wild pitch or a passed ball.
I guess the biggest difference is on a strike three that the catcher catches cleanly, he gets credit for the putout. But on a strike three that gets away from the catcher, he gets the assist when he throws on to first base, and the first baseman gets the putout.
Yeah. Foul territory, and wow, nifty catch by Tracy as he reached to his left. Well, they've made all the plays so far tonight.
It seems kind of odd to say this, but this is a play that Chad Tracy makes very well. I've seen him do it on the third base side of the field a lot more than the first base side, but that's a unique ability for those corner infielders to be able to run with their back to home plate. They know they're getting close to the barrier over there, but still concentrate on the ball and make an over-the-shoulder catch.
Got an email from Daniel Magallanes, huge Cub fan, says recently married, first Cubs game as husband and wife. Gave us a seat location. Got all the information except the name of his wife.
Oh boy.
Daniel.
Well, Daniel, you might as well start right now.
Go ahead.
Daniel, you should have given him my name too. Yes, dear. You're right. I'm sorry.
Daniel, I'm doing my best here to find it in the email, but I can't.
Oh, brother. In the doghouse already. Mrs. Magallanes.
Yes. So he wanted us to put him on camera. The problem is we might know Daniel, but we wouldn't know his wife's name. Micah Owings is up. And again, he's listed as the starter tomorrow night. One, two, just inside. 2-2.
Intimidation is a big part and has been a big part of Randy Johnson's game, not only intimidating opposing hitters but trying to intimidate the umpire. Borderline pitches, he'll stare in there for a second or two.
Young has it, and the inning's over. Cubs go down in order. They'll get up and stretch. Here in Arizona, it's 1-0 Diamondbacks.
The best way to survive an accident is to avoid one altogether. The 2009 RX, offering 14 actively safe features. Right now, get 2.9% financing on the 2009 RX 350 at your Lexus dealer.
When they score 10, you score 10. If a Chicago baseball team scores 10 runs or more in a game, email your name and address to sackup10@comcastsportsnet.com. 100 lucky winners will win a free White Castle Sack of 10.
Get the right Hunter fan for your home now at Menards. Menards has the largest stock Hunter ceiling fan selection of any home center. With models ranging from classic to contemporary, you're sure to find a fan that matches your style. Each fan is as beautiful as they are functional. Right now, all in-stock Hunter ceiling fans are 20% off. Choose from the 52-inch Wildwood with a bronze finish, $119, or the 52-inch Jamestown in cocoa finish, only $89.
Save big money at Menards.
Bank of America offers the opportunity to see Wrigley Field like never before. Take a 90-minute guided tour and see the press box, locker room, dugouts, and more. With the new expanded summer schedule, it's now more convenient than ever to experience beautiful Wrigley Field. Purchase tickets by calling 1-800-THE-CUBS or by visiting Cubs.com. Chicago Tribune Live, presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers. Weeknights at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Watch the Cubs take on the Marlins on Friday at 1:20. Kids get to the ballpark early. The first 6,000 children 13 and younger will receive an exclusive Chicago Cubs plush bear from Build-A-Bear Workshop. Compliments of Bank of America. To build your collection, I'm sure you have the Len and Bob bear. As the Diamondbacks will hit in the last of the 7th versus starter Rich Harden. Faces Orlando Hudson. Diamondbacks need to win to keep pace in their division. They've been in first since early April. It's never over at Coors Field, but the Dodgers have scored in each of their first 5 innings. At Colorado leads 16-4, and Bob, they have not hit a home run. Ooh, how about that?
There's a few big scores on that out-of-town scoreboard. The Yankees won, scoring 12 runs against the Twins tonight. Detroit's already put 19 on the board against Kansas City in the 8th inning, and then, as you mentioned, the Dodgers was 16 in the 6th. Not the case here.
Well, the Cubs lead in their division, no matter what happens here, will not be less than the 2 games they led by starting tonight. However, Milwaukee, the 3rd place team, has jumped into a 2nd place tie with a 6-3 victory in 10 innings at St. Louis. Nice play by Harden. 1 out, and they just sang the 7th inning stretch here inside Chase Field. And as always, the Cubs fans try to drown out the home fans.
Usually they can get away with it the first game of the series, and then after that the home fans are well aware that the Cub fans are going to be loud during the 7th inning stretch, and they try to match the volume. But that first game, the Cub fans usually ambush the home crowd.
That Cub fans shirt shrunk in the wash the other day. 1-0 on Tracy. Couple of shout outs. Happy birthday to Lauren Curran. Lauren, I apologize, was going to mention it yesterday. So happy belated birthday to Lauren, who was in Houston over the weekend. I think it's her sister Melissa, who's a Marquette grad. Got to mention that. My alma mater. Congratulations to the Karnaks. Natalie Rose was born last Wednesday. Mom and Dad, Allie and Chris, huge Cub fans, so no doubt Natalie will be too. 3-1 on Chad Tracy. Simon Lazar from Crystal Lake emailed us. Cardinals and Brewers playing. Who should we root for? I don't think that at this point you can overthink it too much. I think you want to root for the Cubs tonight here. That's all that really matters.
I said it last week. You want to root for extra innings.
And that's what happened tonight.
Long, taxing ball games.
We can tell you this. Barring a rainout, somebody's going to lose every night in that series. You could also say, yeah, but Len, somebody's going to win. Well, the Cardinals, first of those two teams to lose since the second half started. Cubs didn't get a lot of help over the weekend. This will probably be the last inning for Rich Harden, who has allowed just one hit. Bob Howery is up. The hit, however, was a go-ahead home run by Alex Romero. Swing and a miss. Gets Tracy for his 10th strikeout. That matches his Cubs career high. And his second start.
It throws this changeup on the inside part of the plate. That's a real testament to how effective that pitch is. Normally a changeup should be middle of the plate away from the hitter. Try to get him out front, swing and miss, but that time the changeup was down and in, usually a happy zone for a left-handed hitter, but the change in velocity was such that Tracy couldn't hold up. I mean, for me, that's how you can tell if a guy's got really good stuff. If he misses his spot, doesn't really execute the pitch he wanted to make, but still gets good results, that tells you how good his stuff is.
Reynolds hit the game-winning homer off Carlos Marmol. Game 1 of last year's division series. Came in the bottom of the 7th. This is a team that will strike out a lot, third most in the National League. They have already fanned 10 times in this ball game. 3-1. Cubs actually with the 4th most strikeouts in the league, but they lead the National League in runs. Diamondbacks are 11th. Chris Young on deck. He'll only bat if Reynolds gets on. And he does. Here comes Lou. I think this is just about the pitch count. 107. If Rich Harden, Bob, were at about 88 pitches, I think the Cubs would think about taking him out. You might give him one more shot.
It was kind of an odd trip. I mean, Lou's had a lot of odd trips to the mound out of that dugout, but he got almost all the way to the first baseline, turned around and moonwalked onto the field. As he was looking back to the dugout, I assumed he was going to make a double switch and pull Rich Harden from this ball game, but apparently somewhere in that spin around and backward walk, he changed his mind.
This might be the proverbial you get one more hitter.
Well, if you knew for sure Bob Melvin was going to pull the plug on Randy Johnson, it'd be a very easy move to make a double switch and bring Kosuke Fukudome in to play right field for Mark DeRosa. Bring in the new pitcher Bob Howery from the bullpen, because Bob Melvin has no lefties available out of his bullpen. Once Randy Johnson is out of this game, we can only see right-handed pitchers.
In the case of Johnson, he's thrown 86 pitches to get through 7 shutout frames. Reynolds faked towards second and put on the brakes, and Young took it for a strike. That's one of those pitches where Young might have just taken it because he saw the runner move.
Reynolds can't steal a base. A perfect 6 for 6 this season.
longer pause by Harden. And Chris Young. All of a sudden it's 2-2. He was in the driver's seat, but not anymore. Ground ball, sending Cedeno over to his left. Very few ground ball outs, really, for both teams. Probably it for Harden. Pitched to Dandy tonight, but he's trailing 1-0.
Exceptionally brewed for a taste that's pure Amsterdam. Amstel Light, one damn good beer.
Did you get the file I sent?
Yeah, let me put you on hold for a sec. All right, I'm back.
Trying to create your own fun?
Chili's.
Welcome to Chili's.
Pepper in some imagination with Chili's new Create Your Own Fajitas. Start with tender steak, marinated chicken, or garlic lime shrimp. Then get creative with your choice of toppings like shredded jack cheese and thick-cut bacon. Your possibilities are endless. Chili's, pepper in some sizzle, pepper in some fun.
These days, one thing matters when it comes to driving: this number. Now, this Buick Lucerne has better EPA estimated highway fuel economy than this Chrysler 300 Touring. Not to mention it has a range of up to 450 highway miles, which means you won't be stopping here again anytime soon. What's the point? Less pumping, more driving.
Qualified buyers now get 2.9% APR financing for 60 months on any 2008 Lucerne, plus $750 purchase bonus cash. See your local Buick dealer.
Exceptionally brewed for a taste that's pure Amsterdam. Amstel Light, one damn good beer.
Time for the Sharp Aquas game-changing play. The home run by Alex Romero, leading off the Arizona sixth. That's his first career home run, and it has held up. Only hit tonight the Diamondbacks had against Rich Harden, who will be taken out for a pinch hitter. And Micah Owings, who was originally slated to start tomorrow night, needed in relief tonight. Randy Johnson out after just 86 pitches and 7 shutout innings. So Yusmeiro Petit, a right-hander, will get the start in Game 2 versus Jason Marquis.
It's an especially puzzling pulling of a starting pitcher right there, only because Mark DeRosa, or rather Jim Edmonds, leading off this inning. You would have thought Randy Johnson would stay in the game to face the left-hander, and if you feel he's had enough, then go to the right-hander. But we're going to see Micah Owings starting the inning here in the 8th.
I guess we will not see the closer, Brandon Lyon, back-to-back rough outings Saturday and Sunday against the Dodgers. With Owings jumping in to their lineup now, pretty good chance he'll bat in the bottom of the 8th, even if he doesn't pitch the 9th, as he can hit. Two and one. Owings is hitting .275 on the year with 2 doubles, a homer, and 3 RBIs. So 13 pinch hit appearances. Well, Elias reporting that Rich Harden is the first player since 1900, so that's during the modern era, to strike out 10 or more in each of his first 2 appearances as a member of the Chicago Cubs. Rich threw 112 pitches in his 7 innings, walked 2, struck out 10, and again allowed 1 hit. That was a home run. 3-2 on Edmonds.
Well, it's an understatement to say that he did his job tonight. This Cubs offense is a team that is supposed to slug the opposition into submission. That didn't happen tonight against Randy Johnson. Even though they hit a lot of balls hard, had very little to show for it.
got a look-alike for you. Rich Harden and Chad Lowe. I knew he looked like somebody famous. Chad Lowe, the brother of Rob Lowe. Ball 4. Tying run is on base. Wonder if Lou would think about a pinch runner at some point in this inning for Jim Edmonds. I guess the only issue there is if you want to use Kosuke as a pinch hitter. Well, Darrell Ward's on deck. We'll see. Fontenot batting for Cedeno. Strike 1. Owings with a check on the runner. A shot yesterday of the bruised shin. Jim Edmonds was bothered by a foot injury. Jackson's going to get it right at the edge of the track. He's had to go back on a lot of deep flies tonight. Mike Fontenot continues to hit the ball well. He had 3 hits, including a homer and a double yesterday. 1 out.
I have to go back to the offensive attack that worked so well in Houston in that 3-game series for both ball clubs, and that's hitting it softly. Seems like every hard hit ball in this series or in this game rather, has been caught just like in the series in Houston. A lot of hard hit balls, but defenders were able to make plays on those. The broken bat floater seemed to drop in.
Well, Bob, this inning is a good example of how managers and bench coaches have to think ahead. I kind of threw out there the idea of possibly pinch running for Edmonds. But now with Darrell Ward at the plate, you have to think about pinch running for him if he gets on base. The Cubs' top pinch runner was in the game and taken out, Ronnie Cedeno, and the other logical choice would be Kosuke. But they're going to save him for now. But you have to think about all those scenarios.
I mean, you have an idea in your mind as a manager and a bench coach what you would like to have happen, but you also have to have contingency plans in case it doesn't. And I have to believe, should Darrell Ward reach base, you'd probably see Jason Marquis be used as a pinch runner.
Sure. Well, we've seen Jason pinch run on occasion. To first on the ground. Tracy will spin, get the out there. They turn the double play. It goes 3-6-1 with Owings covering first base. So the Cubs have had the leadoff man on 3 times tonight, and they're still being shut out 1-0.
It's summer. So what's dear old dad doing? Commuting. I'm not sweating it though. I opted for the AC seats. Worth every penny.
The Cadillac summer event rolls on with 0% APR financing for 72 months on all 2008 Escalade models. See your Cadillac dealer for details.
Jack's Brake and Alignment. Over 50 years of experience behind every vehicle repair. Tires, all brands and sizes at some of the lowest prices in the Quad Cities. Brakes, a Jack's specialty. Old or new, foreign or domestic, Jack's can do it all. Transmission experts. Quality transmission repairs at a fraction of the time it takes the overpriced dealerships. Odd noises, rough running engine, just not sure what the problem is? Jack's has state-of-the-art computer diagnostics to find the problem, fix it fast, and get you on your way. Jack's Brake and Alignment, serving the Quad Cities since 1965.
Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. From the Comcast Sportsnet studios, it's a Cadillac Sports Update.
Hi everyone, Pat Boyle back in Chicago after the ball game. Dan Plesac breaks down this offensive struggle on Lowe's Cubs postgame live. Then coming up tonight on Sports Night, we've got highlights and postgame reaction from the White Sox and Rangers on the south side, plus the latest on Brian Urlacher's new deal with the Bears. Let's send it back to Phoenix. Here's Len Casper and Bob Brenly.
Pat, thank you. The Cubs are going to have to go to the ninth down. They hope it's only a run. Fontenot's in and plays second. And right-hander Bob Howard now working on the mound. What a tough turn on a double play. As the Diamondbacks went 3-6-1.
A couple different things that made that play. Number one, a good start to the double play by Chad Tracy. The fact that Micah Owings got over quickly from the mound to cover first base, and the lack of speed on the part of Darrell Ward turned it into a relatively routine 3-6-1 double play.
A ball and no strikes on Chris Snyder. Now Rich Harden, with 2 starts as a Cub, is winless. But that doesn't take away from how dominating he's been. This would be one of the toughest losses for a pitcher I think we've seen all year if the Cubs don't come back and win this ball game, or at least tie it in the ninth, give him a no decision. Only 3 hits combined between these two teams. Two. That was a fastball from Howery.
Well, baseball's a lot like life. It's not always fair. 12 1/3 total in 2 starts for Rich Harden. 6 hits, 1 run, 20 strikeouts and 5 walks, and he's looking right now at a loss and a no decision. Well, that's where, as a starting pitcher, you have to have that attitude that there's only so much I can control, and Rich Harden did everything he could in this ball game tonight in the areas that he could control.
Ball 4. Now the Diamondbacks' hero of the night to date, Alex Romero, who led off the bottom of the 6th with his first career home run.
He was a hero back in the 6th with the home run. Will probably be asked to put down a sacrifice bunt in this situation. Nope. But given the hitting prowess of Micah Owings, Bob Melvin might try to take the opportunity to add a tack-on run, try to bunt that guy at first base into scoring position, and then let his hitting pitcher take his at bat and then roll around at the top of the order with a chance to drive home the 2nd run of the game.
Big comeback tonight for the Pirates in Houston. 7 runs. And still batting in the ninth. They went into the ninth at Houston, trailing 3-2. See who gave it up. Jose Valverde, charged with 6 runs on 5 hits. And he got taken out. Recorded just 1 out. High pop fly. Theriot goes out. Edmonds comes in, and it'll be Jim to take it. And Mike Owings will not bat. It's going to be Tony Clark, recently acquired from the Padres, back here for his second stint, and he'll hit instead. The Diamondbacks could field could put on the court pretty good basketball team with guys like Owings and Clark and Randy Johnson.
There's a lot of rumors here in Arizona that the Diamondbacks are actively pursuing John Roush.
Well, he could play center
just to round out the basketball team.
Tony Clark was a very good college basketball player. Played hoops at the University of Arizona and San Diego State. Tallest switch hitter in Major League history, 6'7". Edmonds has some real estate. Now the Cubs Felco upcoming schedule. We'll have the final game of this trip Wednesday night. Bob and I will take over at 8:30. Pregame time at 8. And then back home, the Marlins come in for a 4-game series in homestand before the Cubs head back out with a big series in Milwaukee. The Marlins overachieving, lowest payroll by far in baseball. They were shut out tonight 4-0 at home by the Braves. But they're only a game out of first. Mets and the Phillies tied for first. And both those teams were off tonight. Well, the Marlins have been the kings of the walk-off. 9 game-ending wins, most in the league. A 1-1 count on Stephen Drew. Came in with a 7-game hitting streak. He's 0 for 3. The pitch. Driven to deep right. Over DeRosa's head, so the hitting streak stays alive. They're going to try to score the run. Snyder slides in. He's safe. He just beat the tag by Soto. So the catcher Snyder goes first to home. Beats the relay throw, and they add a big insurance run.
Like a middle of the plate slider from Bob Howery, and Drew was all over it. That ball short off the wall. DeRosa had to go a couple of extra steps to get to it. This throw back to Mike Fontenot was just a little bit low. Fontenot's throw to the first base side of home plate, giving Snyder just enough room to beat the tag.
It is a triple for Drew. It's his 7th triple of the year. DeRosa coming over toward the line, and he makes a catch waist high. It was fair. Jackson out. Diamondbacks done, but they do add an insurance tally. We're going to go to the 9th inning. Top of the order for the Cubs. 2-0 Arizona.
That's why Southwest Airlines has 14 daily one-stop or connecting flights from Chicago Midway to Dallas Love Field, so you can always catch a later flight. And you can count on us to get you there with our convenient flights and on-time service.
You're now free to be more productive.
When this restaurant wanted to add on to their benefits package to help attract new employees, they knew exactly who to have at the table. Find out more at forbusiness.com.
Show me what you tell me, now we sipping cold belly and we up inside the telly. Well, you jellies on your belly and that's spread up on your pillow. Bobby all inside your middle. This got me flipping like hotcakes on the griddle.
We've sold thousands of quality used cars, but actually, quality used cars sell themselves. Hello, I'm Bruce Dickstein of the David Bruce Auto Center. Our factory-trained technicians go through every used car. The ones that pass go on our lot. The ones that don't, they go somewhere else. At the David Bruce Auto Center, we take the risk out of buying. We believe it's the only way to buy a used car.
And if credit has been a problem, see David Bruce for a second chance.
After the ball game, stick around for Lowe's Cubs postgame live. Get highlights of all the action and analysis from Dan Plesac. Don't miss Lowe's Cubs postgame live immediately following the game right here on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Rally cap time here in the ninth. Chad Qualls is on, filling in for Brandon Lyon tonight.
Look at his numbers on the season. A little different story for the Diamondbacks this year as opposed to last year. Last season, when they had a lead after the 8th inning of a ball game, they were 81-4, only 4 losses in those circumstances. This year already, 5 losses when they've had a lead after 8.
Falls 1 for 7 in save chances, but again, he hasn't been the 9th inning guy all year. It's been Brandon Lyon. 1 strike on Theriot. Fukudome on deck for Johnson. In fact, 20 of the 22 saves for Arizona have come from Lyon. Tony Pena has 1, Qualls the other. That save came very early on, April 6th at Colorado. And it was a 10th inning save after Lyon blew the save in the 9th. But Lyon got the win. Blew the save, got the win. That's how it works sometimes. 2-2 Ontario. Well, his hitting streak, a career best 13 gamer on the line. He's hit the ball well tonight a couple of times, but nothing to show for it.
A couple of nice running catches by Chris Young in center field. A nice diving stop at third base by Mark Reynolds. Need a runner.
$34,627 the attendance tonight. Three-two pitch, ball 4, just off the plate. Tying run will come up. Great job to work the count by Theriot. And now Kosuke announced. Batting for Reed Johnson. I'll tell you, Bob, you get a couple of base runners here, and the Diamondbacks might start to think, uh-oh, here we go again. Couldn't hold a 4-1 edge in the 9th yesterday versus the Dodgers. They were looking to go 2 games up in their division. The Dodgers got them in the 9th for 5 runs and a 6-5 win. Here we go. Dropped by Tracy. Flipped to first. Save! Could have been a double play. Instead, first and second with nobody out. They were looking to maybe go 3-6-1 for the second time in as many innings.
Yeah, Tracy got a little bit ahead of himself, just didn't squeeze that ball into the glove. It hit his foot and trickled away, and as always, good hustle by Kosuke Fukudome, beating that toss back to first base. Cubs have it cooking here in the 9th.
They're calling that a base hit.
Wow, all right. Well, I'll say it once again, I retired too soon.
Well, it's Kosuke's first game in this ballpark. I guess it's kind of a welcome gift. Here's Derek, first and second. No, they changed it. It's an error on Tracy. Oh well. Outside, ball 1.
Make it hurt, D-Lee.
Cubs fans are really making some noise. One-0 pitch, going outside. Well, Arizona had played sparkling defense through 8. Tracy had at least 1 easy out at second. He didn't get any. Not hit that hard. They'll get 1. They'll get 2. 6-4-3. Theriot was trying to run some interference and jump over that ball, but Drew concentrated and turned a relatively routine double play.
Boy, you hate to see your number 3 hitter in the lineup get jammed that badly on a 2-0 pitch. Qualls with a little tailing fastball got right in on the hands of Derek Lee. Easy ground ball double play.
Theriot at third. His run doesn't mean anything. Key guys at the plate. Ramirez. He's a tying run. Partner, this would be a good time to snap the offer, which has reached 16 straight at bats. 0 for 9 against Qualls. So a couple of offers Ramirez is trying to snap. Not going to happen. Easy play for Hudson, and the Diamondbacks shut out the Cubs. 4 hits combined. Each team had just 2 hits. Cubs threatened big time here in the 9th on a walk and an error with nobody out. But then Derek Lee hit into a 6-4-3 double play. Ramirez grounded out. And the Cubs are now just 1-3 to start the second half. Well, we thought yesterday's 9-run output would get this offense going, but Randy Johnson, Micah Owings, and Chad Qualls shut them out on just 2 hits. Tough loss for Rich Harden. Well, we would have loved to have given the Chevy player of the game to Rich Harden, but Randy Johnson beat him tonight, and he is now 13-0 against the Cubs in his career.
It must be mojo, because he certainly didn't have his best stuff tonight, but it was good enough to shut down the Cubs offense. Well, we just have to feel sorry for Rich Harden, although if he continues to pitch at the level he has in his first 2 starts for the Cubs, you know this offense is going to get going at some point.
So here's the deal in the division. The Cardinals lost, so they're still 2 back. However, Milwaukee is now within just 2 games. You have the Cubs leading, and St. Louis and Milwaukee both tied for second, 2 games out of first place. And the Diamondbacks hold serve. Dodgers are leading 16-7 at Colorado in the bottom of the 7th. So if that holds up, they'll still be in a first-place tie for first. I guess a first-place tie for first is a little redundant, but I said it anyway, in the National League West. So that'll do it for our game coverage. Stay tuned. More to come. Post-game live is coming up. Once again, the final score tonight, the Diamondbacks 2, the Cubs 0. Our next Cubs telecast here on Comcast Sportsnet will be Wednesday night. Pre-game time 8 o'clock. Bob and I will take over at 8:30. Lefties on the mound, Ted Lilly and Doug Davis. In-game scoring provided by ScorePad. And now for Bob Brenly, Bob Albrecht, Dave Turner, Tamara Anderson, and our entire crew. This is Len Casper saying goodnight from Arizona. Again, post-game live coming up next. You've been watching Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet.
Hi, everyone. In the on-deck circle, it's Lowe's Cubs post-game live. Dan Plezak joins me to break down tonight's offensive struggle. We'll show you how the two teams chasing the Cubs fared tonight as they squared off in St. Louis. And our poll question, outside of Chicago, what park attraction is the quirkiest around Major League Baseball? Log on to ComcastSportsnet.com to vote on that. Lowe's post-game live comes your way after the break.
And side impact crash test ratings. Log on now to ChevyDealer.com.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Southwest Airlines. With Southwest Airlines, you're now free to be more productive. Visit Southwest.com today. Menards. And Menards, you'll find big lumber yards, big selection, and big savings. And by your local Chicagoland Buick Pontiac GMC dealers.
Rich Harden had a no-hitter broken up by rookie Alex Romero in the bottom of the 6th inning. So much for carrying the offensive momentum they had in Houston yesterday. Cubs mustered only 2 hits on the night. Randy Johnson improves to 13-0 in his career against the Northsiders, as the Cubs have now lost 12 of their last 16 away from Wrigley. 2-0 the final tonight in Arizona. Hi again, everyone. Welcome to Lowe's Cubs postgame live with the quirky Southpaw Dan Plezak. I am Pat Boyle. We said on the pregame show that the big unit is not pitching like the Randy Johnson of old. He was pretty damn close to it tonight.
Oh, he was really good, but you know what? Really, to give the Cub hitters credit, they hit some balls very hard. And a disappointing thing about tonight, you know what? You can go back and you're never happy about losing any games, but to me, this game really sticks out more than any loss this season, because this is a game Rich Harden was as good as he's probably going to be the rest of the year. I mean, took a no-hitter into the 6th inning, was in complete control, and the scoreboard may not have shown it. He came out losing 1-0, but if you really wanted to break it down pitch for pitch, he really outpitched Randy Johnson. It's a shame that he gets a loss. And, you know, the Cubs had some chances there in the 7th, 8th, and particularly in the 9th inning, and they let some opportunities get away. And they're doing a lot of things now that they weren't doing early in the season. They were working deep counts, hitting ball to the right side, hitting very well with runners in scoring position, being patient, and it seems like after the All-Star break, they're becoming a team that's, you know, chasing some bad pitches, not making pitchers throw strikes. You know, that last at-bat by Derek Lee, you have 1st and 2nd, nobody out, a 2-ball, no-strike count. That's a bad at-bat. If you're going to look and get jammed on a fastball on the inner half of the plate, if you have your mind made up that 2-0, that you're getting the green light to swing, you better pull that ball. And if you kill somebody behind the third base dugout, but not to have a swing, to get jammed on a 2-0 fastball to hit into a 6-4-3 double play, not a very good at-bat.
Rich Harden now has pitched in 2 ball games with a Cubby blue hat on, and he's given up just 1 earned run. And he's got nothing to show for it. No decision.
Pat, he can't throw much better than he threw tonight. I mean, he was in complete command. He had great command of his fastball, terrific changeup.
He was our Felco star of the game, and you love what he does as far as throwing the changeup basically in the dirt. It's almost unhittable there.
Well, somewhere along the way through his minor league career, whether it was with the Oakland A's or somebody taught him very well, he does some basic things very, very sound. He starts low in the strike zone with this fastball, and he'll get hitters to chase that high fastball after he's been down the ladder a little. It's exactly what he does. Here you see a fastball up and in. And then after he's shown you a couple of eye-level fastballs, it's hard to lay off that changeup right there because he's got a lot of giddy-up on his fastball. He really has a good understanding of what he's trying to do, and his plan is very sound.
Time now for our Kawasaki Let the Good Times Roll stat of the night. We break down tonight's pitching matchup, and it was Randy Johnson with the bad mullet with pretty good stuff. And although Harden probably had the better stuff, you can't argue with what the lefty from the Diamondbacks did on this night.
Well, he's a much different pitcher now than he was 7 or 8 years ago. He was predominantly a strikeout type pitcher that when he had both his fastball and Mr. Snappy, his slider working, he was as unhittable as there was. But he's a better pitcher right now than he probably was 4 or 5 years ago. He just doesn't have that extra zip on his fastball. You know, he pitched tonight 89 to 92 miles an hour, where he used to pitch 94 to 97 with that real good hard-biting slider, and he was virtually impossible for left-handers to hit. And he doesn't have the same stuff, but he does have some. He has experience and he has moxie, and he's able to read hitters, and he's throwing pitches. He's pitching differently. He uses his changeup to right-handed hitters. He really set Aramis Ramirez up in the first at bat by pounding him hard in with that fastball in, the slider down and in, and then slowing him down with that changeup. And he had kind of Aramis going both ways, forward and backwards.
Aramis doesn't know what he's doing right now. 0 for 17 right now on this trip. 4 times in this game, the Cubs had their leadoff man on base, including the last 2 innings, the 8th and the 9th inning. Mike Owings on the bump in relief of the big unit. And it starts off with an Edmonds walk. Do you think maybe they would pinch run for him there? Or?
Well, you have to be really careful in a spot like that. You got to be careful not to deplete, especially playing on the road. And here's another case. Mike Fontenot hits this ball very well to the opposite field, and unfortunately here, Darrell Ward, you know, Bob touched on it. He hit it to the right place, and unfortunately he doesn't run very well, and he ran himself right into a 3-6-3 double play.
Chad Qualls enters in the 9th inning, and the Riot starts things off with a leadoff walk. So once again, get the leadoff runner aboard. Then Kosuke Fukudome pinch hitting here. It could have been a double play. He's safe on the air. That set up D-Lee.
Well, this is that bat right here, and this is unfortunate here for Tracy. He tried to catch this ball with his shoe. He forgot that he had a glove on, and it really sets up for a potentially really big inning here. This is a play that really has to be made. This is a no-brainer play. It was a one-hopper right at him. Great hustle job by there for Fukudome, and this is the pitch right here. 2 ball, no strike, fastball, a sinker running in, and that's a spot right there, Pat, where as a hitter, if you're going to get green lighted on a 2-0 pitch, and that ball is on the middle of the plate in, you better get the head of the bat out and try to pull on. You're not at that point looking for a base hit. 2 balls and no strikes. You're looking for the 3-pointer, step behind the line, the NBA style, and not get jammed on a 2-0 fastball. So that's, unfortunately, that was a key turning point of that inning.
Cubs have now lost 12 of the last 16 on the road. When we return, we're going to check in on how the Cardinals and Brewers fared in their face-off at Busch. As we head to break, let's check out our Pontiac opinion poll. Since they're playing at, what's it now, Chase Field?
Chase Field. It was Bank One. It was Bank One, and I don't know. It's changed.
It's always had that swimming pool right center field, so in honor of that, we said outside of Chicago, what park attraction is the quirkiest? And here are your choices: the sausage race of Bernie the Brewer at Miller, Chase Field Pool, Tell's Hill, or that train at Minute Maid, the hotel in Rogers Center in Toronto, Monument Park at Yankee Stadium, or the fountains in Kansas City. Go to ComcastSportsNet.com, click the link to Chicago, go to the Cubs page, cast your vote. We'll have the results coming up on Lowe's Cubs Postgame Live.
Can you match this? Shouldn't be a problem. Cool.
This?
Yes.
This?
Sure. Let me show you.
With our free color matching system, Lowe's can match any color you can come up with or come in with.
This?
This?
This? This?
This?
This?
Absolutely.
And Lowe's carries high-quality Valspar paint. Lowe's. Let's build something together.
Come into Lowe's and receive $5 off 1 gallon and $20 off 5-gallon sizes of Valspar Ultra Premium paints.
Something in the way you move, little darling. This is
The 2008 Volvo XC90 Special Edition SUV. Get together with yours at the Volvo Model Year-End event. Now's the best time to get an 08 Volvo. Event ends July 31st.
I don't understand.
Okay. With your new Elite checking account, we pay the ATM fees that you get charged by other banks. Make sense?
No.
Well, you know how other banks charge you ATM fees, right?
Yes.
Well, we take care of those.
You take care of
We
it?
pay them.
You pay them?
People seem to like it.
It's not just banking, it's National City.
We watch the game from our couches at home. Chicago sports fans are a breed of their own. We're there for the first game, we're there at the end. Comcast Sportsnet is a fan's best friend.
With more Cubs and White Sox games than anyone else, and every one of them in high definition, Comcast Sportsnet is the best choice for Chicago baseball this summer.
Comcast Sportsnet is a fan's best friend.
Every game, every score, every highlight. It's the final score. 30 minutes every night of the week, bringing you all the action from the world of sports. It's the one show where serious sports fans go for serious sports highlights. The Final Score, presented by DirecTV. Tonight on Comcast Sportsnet.
You're watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
Brewers and Cardinals beginning a 4-game series in St. Louis. Cardinals leading in the 5th until Ricky Weeks puts a charge into the Joel Piniella delivery. A 3-run blast puts Milwaukee on top 3-2. Same score, bottom 9, 2 outs. Schumacher, the fly to left. Brendan Ryan tagging. Ryan Braun's throw is off the mark. Cardinals tie the game in 3. We go to extras in the 10th. Here's where it would end. Bill Hall. The kids in the Hall send one over the wall. Brewers score 3 in that inning. They win it 6-3. So both the Brewers and the Cardinals now 2 games back of the Cubs in the Central. Time now for our 4 seasons who's hot, who's not over the last 7 days. Troy Gloss, who had a couple of RBIs for St. Louis this evening, had 5 RBIs now and 3 home runs in his last week. Ryan Fuentes of Colorado, a couple of saves and 4 strikeouts, perfect ERA. Well, Pedro Feliz, he's not for the Fighting Phils. Jason Bay of the Pirates, Brian Corey of the Padres. 3 games, 2 innings, he's given up 4 earned. We're back on Lowe's Cubs postgame live as we check out the lineups for both teams in Phoenix tonight. We begin with Lou's crew, and we thought that they were going to build upon yesterday's 9-run outburst, but really what we've seen the trend lately, certainly in the 2 previous games before that, and now this game tonight, offensively, this team is in a bit of a quagmire.
Well, you see a lot of donuts on that left-hand column right there. 0 for 3, 0 for 4, 0 for 4, 0 for 4, 0 for 3. You know, this is a team right now that's not swinging the bats very well. And when you get limited opportunities like the Cubs were able to have in the 8th and particularly the 9th inning, if you're not going to swing the bats well and you're not bunching your hits together, you really... The Cubs caught a break there on the air to have 1st and 2nd and nobody out. And those are innings really, particularly, Pat, when you're in close games that you have to make teams pay for giving you an extra out, particularly in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning. The Cubs weren't able to capitalize on a gift, really, from the Diamondbacks.
Taking a look at the Diamondbacks lineup, and it's not like they were tearing the cover off the ball, just 2 hits for that crew on this night. But the big one, obviously, was Alex Romero, the rookie in the bottom of the 6th inning. This is his first career home run. I mean, it's strange how this game works out, but
Pat,
well, there it is.
One thing that we've touched on, there's no justice in baseball. It's just us. It's the way it is. There's no rhyme or reason. Here's a guy that hits his first Major League home run off of one of the toughest pitchers right now in the National League. There's no rhyme or reason. This hurt, but really, the triple that Stephen drew, that really, when you're in a 1-0 game, you get into the 9th inning, and Bobby Howard didn't throw a very good breaking ball that Stephen drew. That was a huge run. Now, you try to go back, and you can't play the what-if game, but if you go back and you dissect it, if you can keep that game a one-run game going into that ninth inning, it puts a lot of extra pressure. Now the Cubs have first and second and nobody out, and it just changes the whole complexion of the game. And so the Cubs, they need to tighten that bullpen up, and they really need Bobby Howry to get back to the form that he had the second half of the season, because right now Carlos Marmol, you know, you still don't feel totally 100% confident that he's the same guy that he was in April and May. So, you know, they're going to need somebody else, and particularly with Kerry Wood being out with a blister problem, they're going to need Bobby Howry to be the guy that he was the second half of last year.
And he really hasn't shown that at all.
He's been in and out, you know, pockets of a couple of good games here and there. But when Bobby Howry is throwing the ball really well, he's going to get outs quickly. It's strike one, it's a ground ball. He's very easy to be able to dissect to say, is he throwing the ball well? He gets a lot of ground balls. He gets a lot of contact early in at bats. When you start seeing 2-1, 3-1 counts where, you know, hitters aren't chasing that sinker, that's when he really doesn't have a very good, and he never did have a good secondary pitch, an off-speed pitch, a split finger, or a slider. When he's throwing good, he's pretty much a fastball, a sinker type pitcher.
Still to come on Lowe's Cubs post-game live, we'll take a look at how you fared with the keys, the Lexus keys that you gave us in the pregame show, and one more look at our Pontiac opinion poll outside of Chicago. What park attraction is the quirkiest? Here are your choices. You got Miller Park, you got Chase Field, you got Minute Maid, you've got Rogers Center in Toronto, you got Yankee Stadium, or the fountains at Kauffman in Kansas City. Go to ComcastSports.com. We will check in on the results on the other side. As we head to break, here's a look at our Just for Men hair color Stay in the Game Hold Spotlight.
Now it's time for the Stay in the Game Hold Spotlight, brought to you by Just for Men hair color.
And we head to the south side, the bottom of the seventh inning. That's where Frank Francisco of the Rangers strikes out Nick Swisher. And then later he gets Joe Crady looking. Rangers win 6-1. Francisco locks up our Just for Men hair color Stay in the Game Hold Spotlight.
Just as these middle relievers keep their team in the game, you too can stay in the game with Just for Men hair color.
We won.
Good job. Just for Men takes 5 easy minutes. Targets only the gray hair and can get you to a better place.
How's the new job?
Great. Just for Men, stay in the game.
Nobody's going to have a better price. Doesn't hurt to look.
Don't say it, don't say it.
Nobody had a better price.
You said it.
Lowe's believes you'll get the best price around with our everyday low price guarantee.
We'll take it.
Find a better price on anything we sell, and we'll match it plus take an additional 10% off.
Maybe we should shop around. Trust me, just buy it.
Lowe's, let's build something together. So get the best price around with our everyday low price guarantee.
Ever since there were cars, Americans have had a love affair with the open road. And with quality gasoline and pay-at-the-pump convenience coast to coast, Valero is your perfect travel companion. Valero, the all-American gasoline for the all-American love affair.
Chicagoans love their pizza. That's why you come to Giordano's, some for 30 years now. We use only the finest ingredients to make Giordano's famous stuffed pizza, our equally famous thin crust pizza, plus salads, pastas, sandwiches, and more. Come on into Giordano's and celebrate 30 great years with us. Giordano's famous stuffed pizza. We made it good, you made it famous.
Of course Geico sponsors Mike's Race Car because they insure everything race car fans love. RVs, motorcycles, ATVs. Tell you one thing they can insure, Lauren Wallace. Because Lauren Wallace is made of lightning. Those guys are like, hey, where's Lauren? He was just here a minute ago. I'm 100 miles away, son. Ready to strike.
Geico, saving you money on insurance for your car and the other stuff that moves you.
All right, here's our Pontiac opinion poll outside of Chicago. What park attraction is the quirkiest? Here's what you had to say after logging on to ComcastSportsNet.com. 34% of you say it is Miller Park with the sausage race and Bernie the Brewer. 28% say Towles Hill and the train at Minute Maid. Your thoughts on this?
I'd have to agree with the sausage race, and actually seeing Luke Stuckmeyer dressed up last year, I'm not sure what he went as, but whatever he went as was a disgrace to that particular meet.
It was a disgrace to the Bratwurst family, I believe it was. And I'm sure you'll tell me off air your Rogers Center story of just, watching random.
I'll tell it later, eh?
Okay, all right. Eh? All right, here's a look at our keys to the game, the ones you had before the game, and if they came to fruition.
Well, they were patient with Randy Johnson. You go back and you look, and there were some very hard-hit balls. And then Rich Harden settled in early. This was one of those games. It's just unfortunate. There may be a handful all season long where you get as well-pitched game out of your starting pitcher and you find a way to lose a game. Rich Harden was terrific. His 2 starts, I don't think he could have thrown much better. He was in complete command. He looks healthy. He looks like he's throwing free and easy. And he really had this Diamondback team held in check. Unfortunately, 1 run was like 5 runs tonight.
That's right. He probably threw a few more pitches than the Cubs wanted. 112 in all today. As you saw, Lou kept him in there a little bit longer to let him finish out that 7th inning to see if he could end up getting the win. Cubs postgame live continues on our next coverage is Wednesday. Jason Marquis against Yusmeiro Petit will go at it tomorrow. Marquis, 10 days between starts. In his last outing, he went 7 shutout innings against the G-men. Again, though, in his career, he hasn't fared great after the All-Star break.
Well, Jason Marquis, it's kind of the tale of 2 different guys. Just when you really start to think, come on, let's step it up or get him out of the starting rotation, he steps up, and he has pitched some very good games and some big games for this team in the last year and a half. And one thing that he brings to the table is experience. It's never been a question about his stuff. His stuff is as good as anybody on that rotation. He throws in the low to mid-90s, a good sinking fastball. And he's another guy that needs to stay away from that one big inning. It seems like early on in the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th inning, he'll have that one damaging inning where he can't limit it to 1 or 2 runs. It becomes 4 or 5, and it kills him.
And he needs some offensive support. Cubs lose tonight. 2-zip is the final. Thanks for watching Lowe's Cubs post-game live. Our next coverage is Wednesday night. That begins at 8 o'clock. Sports Night with Chris Bowden comes your way at the top of the hour. Good night, everybody.
Cubs Post-Game Live is presented to you by Lowe's. Let's build something together.
Can you match this? Shouldn't be a problem. Cool.
This?
Yes.
This?
Sure. Let me show you.
With our free color matching system, Lowe's can match any color you can come up with or come in with.
This?
This?
This? This? This? This?
Absolutely.
And Lowe's carries high-quality Valspar paint. Lowe's. Let's build something together.
Come into Lowe's and receive $5 off 1 gallon and $20 off 5-gallon sizes of Valspar Ultra Premium paints.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by American Chartered Bank. American Chartered, the bank for your business. Member FDIC, an equal housing lender.
Every morning, catch up on everything happening in Chicago sports with McDonald's Sports Rise. It's the perfect way to start your sports day. McDonald's Sports Rise, every morning only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. This quote of the week is brought to you by Nationwide agent Jeff Vukovich. For an insurance quote for auto, home, life, or business, please call Nationwide agent Jeff Vukovich at 847-825-4783.
You don't have to be stuck with your old windows, siding, or doors. Replace them now with free installation from Feldco.
Call 866 for Feldco. Wednesday, it's a big-time doubleheader of action on Comcast Sportsnet. At 12:30, Jermaine Dye and the Sox host Josh Hamilton and the hard-hitting Texas Rangers in HD on the South Side. Then at 8, it's a 2007 playoff rematch as Giovanni Soto and the Cubs slug it out with Chris Young and the Diamondbacks in Arizona. Don't miss a big-time doubleheader of action beginning Wednesday at 12:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Where's a fan's best friend online? ComcastSportsNet.com. It's the place to read analysis from Comcast Sportsnet experts that you can't find anywhere else. Get up to the second news headlines. See the day's programming lineup. Check out talent bios and watch video clips featuring the latest info on your teams. Plus, sign up for Sports Extra and Sports Blast email alerts that make you the first to know about breaking news. Log on right now to ComcastSportsNet.com. Fans' best friend online. We'll get back to our scheduled programming as soon as possible. But until then, please enjoy these Sports Night stories.
Cub fans know all about that huge Miller Brewing Company billboard beyond the right field wall at Wrigley Field. But did you know the message on that billboard changes for every homestand? And the slogans are usually pretty clever. So how did this all get started? Well, who better to investigate this story than our celebrity bartender from Harry Carey's, Frankie O.
Over time, there's been many great rivalries. Cubs, Sox, North-South, Hatfield versus McCoy's. But if you're a bartender, there's only one battle, and that's Bud Light versus Miller Lite.
Well, it's the voice of the Cubs fan. So we want to make sure that we're putting messages up there that not only kind of talk about you know, the series that's coming, but also basically gives, you know, really a message about why we have the best light beer.
Does that make you want to drink more beer? Is that it?
It makes me drink Miller Lite.
What's your favorite so far?
Well, I usually like seeing them against the Cardinals.
Do you point out the sign to the Cardinal fans? You go, hey, look at that?
Try to, but usually there's not too many of them around me, at least.
Now, do you guys pay attention to what's being said out there? Do you check it out?
Yeah, I check it out. Each team that comes in, they have a different bent on things, and I like it. I think it's very creative.
The conventional wisdom was to do like this static message, just basically putting up, you know, information about Miller Lite. But when we really thought about this thing and it really started to develop, we wanted to basically be the voice of the Cubs fans. And that what we found was that anytime we'd have a change in the series, we would basically tailor the message to the team that was in town. For instance, when Barry Bonds was in town last year getting ready to break the home run record, we put up 755 bottles of beer on the wall.
I know about that sign because there's ivy growing on that building right there. That's why it's called the Ivy League Baseball Club, I think. What do you think?
We weren't talking about that sign. Go a little further to the right. There you go. What's that sign?
Northern Hospitality. Let's talk about that one. Miller Lite is sponsoring them. Is that a hospital around here?
So you kind of like messing with the opponent? That's a good deal?
Absolutely. It's part of the fun.
What was your favorite sign up there?
Well, I like the one when Milwaukee was in town. If they're here, who's making the beer?
Well, there's another Brewer message I think I got was we prefer pennant races over sausage races. How did that go over?
Well, as you know, that didn't go over very well.
Right.
But certainly, I think anyone, whether you're a Cubs fan or a Brewers fan, you definitely would want to be, you know, you definitely want to have a pennant race over a sausage race.
Do you like the sign?
I could do without. See? Yes.
Oh, so you're a Bud man.
I could have to say, like, Harry Carey, he my guy.
This is probably one of the most prime pieces of real estate in Major League Baseball, and certainly, you know, this board has been around for like 35 years plus. Turco Oil, fans may remember that. They used to be up there with a kind of message for years.
Now, do you like that sign?
Not really.
You don't like what it says or anything like that, or just because of who it is?
Because of who it is.
There you go. How about that sign up there that says Miller Lite?
I'm thirsty.
Does that make you want to drink?
Oh, man, I need something to drink.
What's your favorite one so far?
Great taste of that food.
Maybe you need a face of Miller Lite, maybe a real large face.
Well, right now, I think we're going to stick to the messages. I don't think we've reached like the Mount Rushmore type of our marketing strategy yet.
Harry, you know how to sell. What do you think Miller Lite could do to increase their sales?
There was a time when baseball's past lived only in black and white. The legends of the game trapped in a colorless world. But now history comes alive in its original color.
There they are, right in front of you. Mythical figures.
A young Joe DiMaggio.
Jackie Robinson. This is Jackie Robinson.
Through a rare collection of home movies from the 1930s through the 1960s, taken by Major League Baseball players and fans, we can relive this magical time and hear stories from baseball's golden age.
You became American by loving baseball. To me, it was my religion, something you're born with.
I could remember.
I remember.
I remember.
I remember.
I remember.
I do remember. You got a hot dog for 10 cents. World Series always in the daytime.
We had a one-year contract.
The team stayed together.
We rode the train from city to city.
The great thing about these films, people stay young forever.
These are the stories of baseball's golden age. On this week's episode, we remember when Jackie Robinson broke the color barrier and follow the struggle of the brave players who followed in his footsteps. They were talented, courageous, and capable, but above all, they belonged. Then they came, they saw, they conquered, then they went away. For one miracle season, they were the Cinderellas of baseball. We look at the one-hit wonders of the golden age. But leading off, every boy dreams of becoming a professional ball player. Sometimes that dream comes true. Grab your mitt, rookie, as we welcome you to the big leagues.
I was probably 3.5 years old when the announcer came on and said, now batting the next superstar, the switch-hitting center fielder from Oklahoma, Mickey Mantle. And I looked at my dad and I said, you can be from Oklahoma and play in the major leagues? And he said, yeah. And I said, well, that's what I want to be.
From the sidewalks of Brooklyn to the sandlots of Des Moines, it was the dream of nearly every young boy to someday, somehow, become a major league ball player.
When I was an 8th grader, I wrote a booklet on my vocation or what I wanted to do, and I wrote it on being a professional baseball player. All I dreamed about was signing a contract.
I always told my mom, when I grow up, I'm going to be a Major League Baseball player. She says, good, just keep working at it and you'll eventually get it. I played sandlot ball. We had no Little League at the time.
I'd go down there all day, and eventually my mother would bring me a jelly sandwich or something because I wouldn't go home. That's all I wanted to do when I was 10 years old.
Wanting to be a professional ball player came naturally. Being noticed by a major league scout was another matter. But they were out there, gatekeepers to big league dreams.
Pinstripes were extra special for me because Joe DiMaggio was from San Francisco, as I was. I kind of felt, boy, I'd love to be a Yankee. And a Yankee scout decided to sign me. So I was in hog heaven at that point. I signed with the Orioles because Paul Richards said, look, you know, we lost 100 games in 54. We're going to lose 155. And if you have any ability, you'll get a chance to play in the major leagues right away. Consequently, they offered me $4,000, which was my salary for the first year. I wanted to sign with the Cleveland Indians, but they offered me $2,500 when I graduated as a bonus, and I had to wait till the following spring to start. The Pirates offered me $4 grand, and I could start right away. I said, well, give me the money.
The money wasn't good. My father got $1,500 and a couple of cigars, but I was on my way.
That is, on the way to the minors, baseball purgatory, where countless big league dreams were lost, especially during the golden age with only 16 major league teams. But for a chosen few, the call eventually came. Welcome to the big leagues.
I was a rookie right out of AA in Fort Worth, Texas. And when I got to the ballpark, Brooklyn fans who were lined up for tickets, I heard for the first time in my life, true Brooklynese. Hey, it's Carl Oiskin from Fort Worth.
I joined the Cardinals in Brooklyn in 1950. When I went up to the gate, the gatekeeper wouldn't let me in. So I had to ask him 2 or 3 times to go in the clubhouse. And when I went in the clubhouse and saw these heroes of mine, Slaughter, Musial, and Marty Marion, got in the dugout and looked around. I saw Brooklyn taking infield with Roy Campanella catching, Gil Hodges first base, Jackie Robinson second base.
But I thought, well, the keeper was probably right. I probably don't belong here.
At the end of '48, they brought me up to the Yankees. They didn't play any games, just sat in the bench and shook. I was afraid they were going to get me in the game.
I was so damn nervous the first inning. I said, God, this is a dream that's come true, you know, which try to keep yourself on the ground.
Well, I don't know if it's an out-of-body experience. It was just something that, wow, you know, this is the greatest thing on earth, and I don't want to stop playing.
When I joined the ball club in Detroit when I was 18 out of high school, and I've always wanted to wear either a number 9 or a number 6 because of my two idols, Stan Musial, number 6, Ted Williams, of course, number 9. Of course, I wore that the rest of my career.
I could hardly wait for the game to start because I felt like someone may come and take the uniform before I could get out on the field.
Whether a player's big league stay amounted to a cup of coffee or several bottles of champagne, the privilege was unique. It was a ticket to remain a kid, a fantasy that never ended.
When I look back on it, it just was an absolute wonderful life playing Major League Baseball. I'll always be indebted to baseball for what it's done for me.
Some of the modern players say, you're 73 years old, why are you still working? I love this game, and if I can give anything back to some young kid that maybe help him get to the big leagues and make it, I think it's well worth it.
There's just certain things in your life, you're growing up from 3.5 years old saying that's what I want to be, and then here you are doing such things. I'm suffering today from the 400,000 squats and foul tips, but was it worth it? You're talking to me, aren't you?
When we return, we take a look at integration beyond Jackie Robinson. It was an historic time, but a slow, difficult process.
How far will we actually go to show that all gasolines are not the same?
As far as it takes. In this case, 5,000 miles.
We're not getting out. So we've proven Shell gasoline stops gunky buildup on critical engine parts that low-quality discount gasoline can leave behind.
Do you have... No. Go fish?
Look, Shell gasoline stop gunky buildup, helping your car to perform at its best. Ready for another 5,000 miles?
Bring it on.
Wash off the dirt and rub on the shine with Cherry Power Car Wash. It's only $2.98 a gallon until July 26th. Whatever you're working on, Advance will help you keep the wheels turning.
There is a rhythm of the seasons, so we've developed styles of beer to accompany that.
We brew Oktoberfest, Winter Lager, White Ale, and right now, there's Summer Ale.
Samuel Adams Summer Ale is a flavorful wheat beer. It has a very nice spice note.
It has a little lemon zest and a historic brewing spice called Grains of Paradise.
It's citrusy.
Lemon. Flavorful, refreshing.
Wow. Sam Adams Summer Ale, it's just something about it. It's like totally reminds you of summer, you know?
Where we come from, high gas prices are nothing new. Perhaps that's why BMW offers more vehicles that average at least 28 miles per gallon than any other luxury automaker. BMW, the ultimate driving machine. Take advantage of special lease and finance rates available until July 31st.
You don't have to be stuck with your old windows, siding, or doors. Replace them now and hit the jackpot with free installation from Feldco.
Call 866 for Feldco.
Free installation saves you thousands on energy-efficient Feldco windows, beautiful siding, and doors.
No job's too small. Get free installation on windows, siding, and doors. But hurry, offer ends July 31st.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
Welcome back to baseball's golden age, where history comes alive in its original color. Up next, Jackie Robinson and baseball's noble experiment. In 1947, On a patch of land that exists only in memory, the son of a Georgia sharecropper took his place at second base. And in doing so, Jack Roosevelt Robinson changed the complexion of the game forever. But while Jackie and the Dodgers opened the door to players of color, integration was a gradual and often tenuous process.
Understandably, people focus on Jackie Robinson, and he deserves every accolade he's ever received. But it's not logical to assume that as soon as he broke the barrier, that all those barriers came down.
What we went through was nothing like Jackie Robinson went through, but there was still some racial prejudice.
We like to think that in one great moment, on April 15th, 1947, injustice was swept aside. But the racism in America, which was so endemic in 1946-47, didn't change very quickly. It's a very, very slow process.
It wasn't Robinson's mere presence in the lineup that forced the greatest change, but his impact on the standings. The 1947 Rookie of the Year played in more games than any of his teammates, propelling the Dodgers to the National League pennant.
Other teams saw how good Robinson was, and then a year later how good Roy Campanella was, and they began to say to themselves, we'd better get on this train. And it was almost an article of self-defense that they began signing these other outstanding players like Willie Mays, Henry Aaron, Ernie Banks.
You're talking about the absolute cream of the crop being cherry-picked from the Negro Leagues and coming into Major League Baseball.
Or more likely the National League, which was far more progressive in filling out its rosters than the AL. In fact, it was 1955 before Elston Howard signed with the Yankees, 58 before Ozzie Virgil became a Tiger, and 59 when Pumpsie Green joined the Red Sox, a full 12 seasons after Robinson's debut.
Most of these black players, many of whom had relatively little experience with a white integrated society, found it a difficult transition.
Being, around a lot of whites at the ballpark, it was so different for me. I had to learn more how to relate to people, learn their cultures, be a little more friendly with them, because I came out of the segregated society.
An entire generation of players not only had to make their way through the majors, but many of those players of color were playing in the Deep South, in the minor leagues, and facing overt, cruel racism.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, I no sooner got to Lakeland, I had the N-word thrown at me.
I remember down in Augusta, Georgia, and this little white kid, every Sunday we played on Sunday, he always, hey, nigga, hey, nigga, hey, nigga.
A guy down the right field line was calling me everything. It got very personal. I had never been attacked like that before. I waited until the last out. I just ran to the dugout, grabbed the bat, and I headed down the right field line, trying to find the guy. Thank goodness my teammates got a hold of me before I was able to get over the little fence that was down there and kept me from going in the stands. It's a shame that we are judged by the color of our skin because we're all the same. You couldn't go in the restaurants when they stopped to eat.
You'll be notified that you are in the wrong place and this, you can't eat here.
It was strictly black and white, man. I mean, there wasn't no in-between. They still had white drinking fountain, black drinking fountain. I got my feelings hurt a lot, but I grew up pretty quick.
Every young kid that played in a minor league looked at the big picture. Say someday, because of Jackie Robinson making it to the major league, they could kind of forego some of these things that happened to them and look to play in the major league eventually.
Upon reaching the majors, the players encouraged one another to remain focused on the bigger picture.
A lot of National League players, like especially Ernie Banks, he always check on me.
I used to talk to him, send him telegrams and call him on the phone.
Twice a week. He's all right, big man. You have things going, you this and that. You got to fight that. You got to stand up.
Don't let this stand in your way. Don't let this ruin your opportunity to play at the major league level.
But ultimately, it was the example of Jackie Robinson that provided lasting inspiration for these noble pioneers. His courage made the once unimaginable a reality.
I didn't think there would be any chance of a black kid having to play in the major leagues. But he had the vision, and he felt that one day it would happen. 5 years later, I was in the major leagues, playing at Wrigley Field against Jackie Robinson.
Jackie Robinson, as a cultural figure, was one of the most important Americans of the 20th century. He represented everybody who believed in equality and fair play.
Jackie Robinson not only changed baseball, but he transcended the game. He changed the way people thought about our country.
Jackie, in his own way, was as important as Martin Luther King. Baseball was the national pastime, and he changed it forever.
Up next, the Cinderella stories of the Golden Age. We take a look at pennant-winning one-hit wonders.
Days Inn has a sunny new look outside. It's the sign of more value inside.
Free breakfast, free internet, winning rewards, everything I want.
Doug?
Christy.
I thought you were taking care of your grandma this weekend.
I am. We are.
The Keystone Light?
For Grandma.
And all that?
For Grandma. For Grandma.
And the motorized cooler?
For Grandma.
You can't always be smooth, but your beer should be. Brewed for a smooth taste that's never bitter. Keystone Light is always smooth, even when you're not.
And the 6-foot party sub? For Grandma.
Yes. Grandma. Yeah.
Now, what about your shoes?
They're relaxed fit Skechers.
I'm wearing relaxed fit Skechers too.
Uh-huh. I think your Skechers look great.
Yeah, I think you look great.
Oh, get a room.
Welcome to Tuscany.
Ready to have a nice dinner?
Today we have the chef's favorites.
Alfredo's great, actually.
This is perfect.
I love it. Simple and homemade.
Excuse me, if I could have your attention, please.
I didn't do anything tonight. In fact, I didn't even cook.
Pizza Hut delivered the pasta.
I like it even more now.
Introducing new Tuscany pastas. Choose from 2 family-style recipes plus breadsticks for just $11.99. Now get pasta from Pizza Hut.
ビッグパピじゃない？レッドソックスの。
撮ってもらっていいですか？ちょっと待って。デビッド・オーティス？ちょっとみんな、ビッグパピやろ？ビッグパピ。You know Big Papi.
It's that authentic. New era, official on-field cap of Major League Baseball.
Don't miss Arby's Market Fresh Summer Sale, where every Market Fresh deli sandwich is just $3.99. Amazing quality, amazing freshness, amazing price.
If ever you're not satisfied with one of our tires, please feel free to bring it back. Thank you. Discount Tire Company.
Low prices, more choices on the world's best brands, like Michelin and B.F. Goodrich.
Now more than ever, you want to get the most for your money. Look no further than the rugged V6 2008 Kia Sportage. Fuel efficient, 5-star safety rated, backed by an industry-leading warranty, and it's priced about $6,000 less than a Toyota RAV4 Limited. Or to put it another way, a whole year's worth of groceries less. The Kia Model Year-End event. It's money well saved. Now get 0% APR or $2,500 cash back, plus $500 bonus cash from the Kia Sportage. Offer ends July 31st.
Don't miss Arby's Market Fresh Summer Sale, where every Market Fresh deli sandwich is just $3.99. Amazing quality, amazing freshness, amazing price.
Welcome back to baseball's golden age, where the glory of legends past is relived today in its original color through a rare collection of home movies taken by Major League players and fans from the 1930s through the 1960s. Next up, one-hit wonders of the Golden Age. During baseball's Golden Age, the equation was simple. Win the pennant, go to the World Series. And for much of the era, teams like the Yankees, Dodgers, and Cardinals dominated. There were, however, those rare seasons when perennial losers found themselves fighting for a pennant. Like 1950, when a crop of young ball players in Philadelphia became one-hit wonders.
We talk about the curse of the Cubs,
But the real curse of baseball in the 20th century was really the curse of Philadelphia. Not only were the Philadelphia A's a woeful franchise, but their twin brother, the Philadelphia Phillies, were almost equally as horrible. It's no wonder that Philadelphia fans were so surly.
5 straight seasons they had lost more than 100 games. That occurred late 30s, early 40s. Ultimately, the Phillies went bankrupt. The league took over the team in 1942. It was bought by a man named William Cox, but that very same year, Cox was banned for life from baseball for, strangely enough, betting on the Phillies. But quickly thereafter, the Phillies won the pennant in 1950 with a team that was known as the Whiz Kids. Their average age about 23. There were 2 Hall of Famers to begin with on that team, Robin Roberts, the pitcher, and center fielder Richie Ashburn.
But the promise of the Whiz Kids never materialized, as they were swept by the Yankees in the World Series and did not return to postseason play for nearly 30 years. Over in the American League, after finishing 2nd or 3rd for 7 straight seasons, the Go-Go White Sox, so called for their speed, had their one-hit wonder season in 1959.
The Go-Go White Sox were the team that put the stolen base back in the game.
Somebody got the idea of go-go, and it just hung on all through the 50s because we had speed all the way through the lineup.
The White Sox would run them to death. Louis Aparicio would get on with a bunt hit.
Nellie bunted him to second.
He'd steal third, and Jim Landis would have fly ball, knock him in.
And we win 1-0.
All through the 50s, they were the team that might beat the Yankees, and they didn't. It took the whole decade. So when it finally happened, it was the first White Sox pennant in 40 years, and the town went crazy.
The mayor of Chicago, the original Richard Daley, picked up the phone and told Fire Chief Quinn, turn on the fire sirens in Chicago, we're celebrating. The only problem was, this was in the middle of the Cold War, so anyone that wasn't a White Sox fan thought we were being attacked.
The White Sox lost in 6 games to the LA Dodgers in the first World Series played in California, and the last the White Sox would attend for almost 50 years. The following season, 1960, another one-hit wonder emerged.
During the late 40s and early 1950s, Pirates usually finished in 8th place or 7th place in an 8-team league.
The Pirates were so bad, from my rookie year in 52 all the way through 57, we finished dead last.
None of us were ready to play in a big league ball. It took us 2 or 3 years to get settled down. We weren't major league. We were AAA ball players or less.
But we were learning how to play and learning how to win.
By 1960, the young Bucks had fully matured, with players like Roberto Clemente, Bill Mazeroski, batting champ and MVP Dick Groat, and Cy Young Award winner Vern Law. The Pirates won their first pennant since 1927.
The Yankees came here, and nobody gave the Pirates a prayer. Every time they lost in the series, they lost astronomically. They would lose by 10 runs or something. And the games that they won were always close.
Including the 7th and final game of the series, won by Bill Mazeroski's home run in the 9th inning.
Pittsburgh stayed with the Pirates even as losers. They stuck with the Pirates because they were their team. You don't turn your back on your own team.
The one-hit wonders of the Golden Age were awarded fan loyalty, because in baseball, one magical summer can turn a perennial pennant pumpkin into a Cinderella in spikes. Coming up, we've all experienced it, falling in love with the game all over again.
Whoa, I didn't see that coming.
It's a crunchy hot wing with no sauce.
But it's still got all the kick.
Sauceless and crunchy, it's amazing.
In a split second, everything that I knew about hot wings has changed. In this new wing world, anything is possible.
Will you go out with me?
Yes.
Didn't see that coming.
Crunchy on the outside, spicy on the inside. The sauceless hot wing is at KFC. Come in today and get 20 for $9.99 or try 6 wings for just $2.99. Life tastes better with KFC.
Tomorrow's a big day. It's the reason you kissed the kids and got in the cab this morning. It's why they invented energy drinks. It's why you joined Toastmasters and floss religiously. Tomorrow's why you haven't eaten dairy or broccoli in a week. If it weren't for tomorrow, those business cards you order would seem kind of silly. Tomorrow's big, and at Hilton Garden Inn, we know every big day will go much better with a perfect night before. When tomorrow's a big day, stay HGI tonight.
How do you spell gas relief?
R-O-H-R-M-A-N. Schaumburg Honda Automobiles.
It's the Honda Model Year-End Clearance. More than 2,000 Hondas available now, including 32 MPG Accords with 1.9 APR financing. This is your golden opportunity.
Bob Royman. You owe it to yourself. Illinois' #1 volume Honda dealer is Bob Rohrman, Schaumburg Honda Automobiles, just 8 blocks west of Woodfield Mall on Gulf Road.
You don't have to be shocked by your utility bill. Replace your windows, siding, and doors now and hit the jackpot with free installation from Feldco.
Call 866 for Feldco.
Free installation saves you thousands on energy-efficient Feldco windows, beautiful siding, and doors.
Free installation on windows, siding, and doors. But hurry, offer ends July 31st.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
Welcome back to baseball's golden age. Baseball has always been a source of inspiration for America's great storytellers. Each week, we combine our film with the work of baseball pros. Next up, how one author fell in love with baseball. This week's call to the pen, Tom Stanton.
I'm Tom Stanton, and this is from my book, The Road to Cooperstown. There are times when a passion burns so strongly that nothing seems as significant, and the things that should matter fade into the shadows, outshone by a hero, a hobby, or a newfound love. And it happened to me
when I was 11, and baseball pulled my life into its orbit, spinning me gloriously into the sport, sending me on a dreamy journey alight with promise and populated with K-lines and Loliches and Hortons. What I wanted most was to talk baseball. To watch it, to hear it, to read about it, to convert the uninitiated, to fill my hours with all they could hold. My dad understood. He had been similarly enraptured in the age of Ruth and Gehrig. He had collected baseball cards as a boy and read books about Ty Cobb, and he savored our common passion. I grew up hearing him and my uncles talk of Charlie Gehringer and Dizzy Dean, and Schoolboy Rowe, who won 16 straight in 1934. Early on, I got my first glimpse of Tiger Stadium, the ballpark of my youth, a towering, embracing place, a home to heroes, a keeper of dreams. It was the beginning for me, and to be entirely forthright, I remember little of it. Many of the players who shared in that summer went on to become my idols. Their legends not just lingering, but growing larger. Each week, our incredible film library will transport you back to when baseball was truly America's pastime. Tune into every episode of Baseball's Golden Age.
Hi, I'm Kerry Wood of the Chicago Cubs, and you're watching Comcast Sportsnet.
Coming up on Sports Night.
The Cubs road trip continues out west. Could Rich Harden help them avoid being snake bitten by Randy Johnson once again?
I'm tired of seeing balls flying all over batting practice, and when the damn game starts,
see very little or nothing.
Javier Vazquez looks to turn around his late first half struggles. The Sox try to keep Josh Hamilton and the Rangers in the park.
I needed to make a better pitch to that type of hitter.
They hit the ball hard, and you can do nothing about that.
Plus, Lou Aldang gives the Bulls an ultimatum for offering him a long-term contract. Feel free to cheer along on Sports Night now.
This is Sports Night, presented by Land Rover.
It's reporting day for the Bears in Bourbonnais, and we know they'll have one very happy camper, the face of the franchise. Brian Urlacher has reworked his contract, which includes a one-year extension through the 2012 season. We'll have more on that later in the show. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Land Rover Sports Night. I'm Chris Bowden. The Cubs and White Sox both came out of the All-Star break losing 2 of 3, but still began the week in first place in their respective Central divisions. Rich and Randy, the hard-throwing Harden and the hard-throwing big unit who had never lost to the Cubs in a dozen career decisions. Lou's crew returned to the scene of their first 2 playoff losses last October. The Diamondbacks Chase Field, where they dropped 27 of 40 games there since the place opened. Cubs took 3 straight from Arizona at Wrigley Field back in May. Rich Harden struck out 10 in his Cubs debut. How close would he come to that in his second start? Bottom 1, Harden bringing his A game, gets Stephen Drew swinging on the sinker. But Randy Johnson not backing down from this pitcher's duel. He gets Aramis Ramirez to wave and miss at that one for the first out of the inning. 2 batters later, Mark DeRosa looking to end it. Bottom 2, Harden's turn. Mark Reynolds hook, line and sinker. And then Chris Young. Just browsing, that ends that inning. Scoreless game moves to the top of the 4th. Reed Johnson at the plate. Little chopper here to third. Johnson hustling down the line. Mark Reynolds has no play. Then, after a flyout by Derek Lee, it's Ramirez at the plate. Rough series in Houston, and he strikes out swinging here for the second time in the game, and the Cubs cannot capitalize. Bottom 4. Harden still looking unhittable. Gets Drew swinging for the second time. Then Connor Jackson, he can't catch up with the high heat. Harden perfect through 4. Bottom 5, Chad Tracy leading off the inning with a walk, and that breaks up the bid for a perfect game. The no-no still intact. Harden recovering, blowing a 94-mile-an-hour heater by Reynolds. 10 strikeouts in the game. No hitter still there until the bottom of the 6th. Alex Romero drives one deep to right. Mark DeRosa runs out of real estate. Romero breaks up the no-hitter, his first career homer. 1-0. Top 8. 1-on, 1-out. Darrell Ward pinch hitting, but he grounds into the 3-6-1 double play to end that threat. Bottom half of the inning. Runner on. Bobby Howry facing Drew, and he drives it to deep right over the head of DeRosa. Chris Snyder hustling all the way around. The relay coming in, and he beats the throw. That makes it 2-0 in favor of the D-backs. Moving to the top of the 9th, a great insurance run for Arizona there. Runner on for Kosuke Fukudome pinch hitting. He grounds to first, but Tracy bobbles it, and Fukudome beats the throw. 2-1, Derek Lee up, but he grounds into a 6-4-3 twin killing. And that leaves the Cubs down to their final bullet, and Ramirez representing the tying run, but he grounds out to second to end the game. Cubs waste another brilliant performance by Harden, but the bats get silenced in a 2-0 defeat.
We played 4 games on this road trip here, and we've scored 1, 1, and 0. That's not going to get it done anywhere. I can tell you that. But the pitching has been good, which is a positive. And tomorrow we're canceling batting practice, and the next day we're going to cancel batting practice. We're going to come out here and just stretch and play. That's it. I'm tired of seeing balls flying all over batting practice, and when the damn game starts, see very little or nothing. So we'll just go play and hope that'll get it done. We did it Sunday and it worked, so we'll see.
Well, I thought we hit the ball good today, honestly. I know it didn't show. We didn't get anything to show for it, but I thought we hit the ball better than yesterday, honestly. We just hit them in the wrong spots. Sometimes it's good to take BP off. BP sometimes is overrated. So, you know, change it up.
And I guess Lou was serious about his pregame plans. Check out the sign for the players heading out of the locker room about today's itinerary. Get on the bus at the hotel, get in uniform, and play. Third place Milwaukee with the first of 4 at second place St. Louis. Cardinals leading in the 5th until Ricky Weeks puts a charge into that Joel Pinheiro delivery. three-run homer gives the Milwaukee Brewers the 3-2 lead. Same score, 2 outs, but more bottom 9 Redbird magic. Skip Schumacher flies to left. Brendan Ryan tags. Ryan Braun's throw offline. Cardinals tie the game at 3. That sends it to the 10th, where this game would end. Bill Hall gets it started with his solo homer off Ryan Franklin to bust the tie. They'd add 2 more and take that series opener by a score of 6-3. That Milwaukee win allows the Brew Crew to jump even with the Redbirds into a tie for second, just 2 behind the Cubs. St. Louis's loss was the first for either the Brewers or Cards since the All-Star break. Suppan and Loesch, the scheduled starters in Game 2 at Busch tonight. Alfonso Soriano's in Arizona too, but playing in a couple minor league games before he returns to the big club from his broken hand. After flying out in his first at-bat for the Cubs' rookie league team in Mesa, he then strikes out here. Later, though, he draws a walk in his 3 plate appearances to wind up his day. He'll suit up for AAA Iowa later today in Tucson with the possibility he'll join the Cubs for Wednesday's series finale with the D-backs, but more likely return Thursday night at Wrigley versus Florida.
Look, he's a little rusty. He probably could use more than the at-bats that we're going to give him. But we'll see after tomorrow how he is. But the fact that he hit a few balls off the end of the bat and a couple off the hands and didn't feel anything, that's the most positive thing of all.
And despite speculation he'd go on the DL, Cubs closer Kerry Wood remained on the active roster for Monday's series opener in the desert, but was still unavailable because of the blister on his right index finger. A hand specialist in the Phoenix area yesterday confirmed it's nothing more than a blister and provided a different ointment to treat the problem. Well, a week ago yesterday, he was the toast of the home run derby in the house that Ruth built, and he didn't even win the thing. Josh Hamilton didn't go deep in 3 games against the White Sox prior to the All-Star break in Arlington, and the Twins kept him in the park over the weekend as well. Javier Vazquez's assignment to keep that trend going in the opener of a 3-game rematch with the Rangers on the south side. Texas